trip winds to a close today as the Dodgers and Diamondbacks play Game 4 of this series, and the Dodgers with a chance to take 3 of 4 and to extend this division lead right now at 5 games, matching the largest of the season, and a chance today to drop that magic number into single digits as we move into the final couple of weeks of this regular season. Welcome inside with Oral and Nomar. I'm Joe Davis. Alana Rizzo joins us in just a moment. This road trip began with the Dodgers dropping 2 of 3 in Miami, but they responded to that by taking 2 of 3 from the Yankees, and after losing the opener here in Arizona, they've got a chance to rip off 3 in a row and have a winning trip.
Well, when you start the season, you look at the schedule and you think, okay, can we have a winning record at home and play 500 baseball on the road? Well, the Dodgers have already clinched a 500 record on this road trip, and they have an opportunity today to really make it a great road trip. They've done a tremendous job, especially on the back end. I really go to yesterday's win, which I thought was a huge win, and I also mentioned yesterday about that offense getting going. They had 11 hits, keep that momentum going into today and against that big series over there against the Giants.
You look back at this season, Oral, and you try to figure out what was the key during which stretch. Beginning of the second half, everybody talked about the offense because it was as good as any in baseball. But in this month of September, quietly, the pitching, #1 in the National League.
Yeah, and pitching, and you can talk about the starters getting healthy, the Rich Hill getting in the rotation. You can talk about the kids, and you can talk about Kershaw coming back. But one more of those kids in there today, Jose De Leon with his 3rd big league start, and there's been pressure on all of them, and he's got a little more today. But this young man is going to be 3-0 in 3 starts, 5 innings, 6 innings. What's he going to go today? It really doesn't matter because he's got great arms and great depth behind him. Joe Blanton has been a savior and the unsung hitter of this bullpen. Since returning from the minors, Pedro Baez has been nails, and Grant Dayton, oh my gosh, the leverage situations he's been in, and then the savior at the end that's been absolutely amazing. No save yesterday, but the 45th one in Game 1. This guy is outstanding.
It's the 19th and final matchup between the Dodgers and the Diamondbacks in 2016. The Dodgers are 12-6 against Arizona, and a big part of that has been what they've done against the D-back slugger Paul Goldschmidt. Alana Rizzo has more, and we've got first pitch coming up. So here we go. Series finale, road trip finale for the Dodgers. Game 4 against the Diamondbacks, a team they've dominated this season and in previous seasons. 12-6 this year against Arizona. Remarkably 40-16 against Arizona since the beginning of the 2014 season. That is the best record for any single team in the majors against a single opponent. Dave Roberts' starting lineup today has a much different look to it. Howie Kendrick will lead things off. Justin Turner hits second and Corey Seager hits third. That's where it's normal with those three guys being at the top end. Puig hits cleanup for only the third time this season. And then Seguin, Hernandez, Culberson, and Barnes all making rare starts in front of Jose De Leon. Robbie Ray from Brentwood, Tennessee. That's just outside Nashville. He'll turn 25 on October 1st. And look at the strikeout totals there. 202. That's 5th in the National League. This guy has some of the best power stuff from the left side that you don't hear about in baseball.
And you also know the struggles the Dodgers have had against left-handers this year. And Robbie Ray versus the Dodgers this year, in 3 starts, he's 1-1 with a 2.33 ERA. But in his last 5 starts, he has a 1.48 ERA. Also, in his last 15 innings against the Dodgers here at Chase Field have been scoreless.
Joe, you're so right. It is power stuff. Once you have 2 strikes, he likes to strike you out, of course, and he's going to do that 92% of the time with his fastball or his hard slider. So you've got to be ready.
Our closed captioning today is brought to you by Shoemash. Howie's got that mustache going. Ready to lead things off here in game 4. Dodgers dropping the opener 7-3, responding with 3-2 and 6-2 wins. And away we go as strike 1 called by Ryan Blakeney. Kendrick 1 for 6 in this series. Waited on this 0-1. Behind it at 95, 0-2. Robbie Ray back home. A little bit low. Ball 1. Dodgers have won 10 of their last 14. The magic number entering today sits at 10. The Giants getting going right about now against St. Louis. On 1-2. It's 2-2. Arizona, meanwhile, is 1-4 of 6. They had swept the Rockies prior to the Dodgers' arrival and then won the opener against LA before dropping the last 2. But third worst record in the majors belongs to Arizona. Howie Kendrick leading off and driving 1 foul.
Robbie Ray is an interesting challenge, Nomar, with the arm angle that he uses and driving that ball down with the slider and the fastball. But then he also has the 95-96 that he can go up the ladder.
Yeah, he goes at 95-96 with that 4-seam fastball, so it keeps it on a straight plane. And when you have 70% of the time, just over 70% of the time, you know it's going to be a fastball. But he also has a sinker. He has the 2-seamer that has some movement. So as a hitter, you're going, okay, here comes a fastball, and you recognize that movement coming out of his hand. And then all of a sudden he gets a 4-seamer at the top of the zone that goes straight without any movement. It's hard to get on top of it.
You've gotten ahead of Kendrick 0-2, but now it's full. And the 3-2 is banged on the ground to Gene Segura. Took him 7 pitches, but he gets Kendrick for the first out. We take a look at the D-backs defense brought to you by Clamato.
And you have Socrates Brito out there in right field. That's fun to say. In the last 3 games, it's been Yosmani Tomas out there, but Brito, what does he bring? He has some good range in the outfield, has some really good speed, and a strong arm.
Socrates Oral Brito, mind you.
That's right. I forgot the middle name.
No.
I'm sorry, Oral.
It's your anniversary. You don't have to remember.
Justin Turner stands in. Only 1 for 9 against Robbie Ray. Ball 1. Couple of hits this week and a double and a triple, taking advantage of this yard where the ball flies as well as it does anywhere. Right up there with Coors Field as far as the runs and the home runs in this park. 1-1.
You're talking about the Dodgers getting going against left-handers. The guy in the batter's box right now is one of the major keys, Justin Turner. Him being able to get it going, that's when the offense started to go. Of course, you know, the veteran bats came around, the Howie Kendricks, the Adrian Gonzalez, the Justin Turner bats in the second half. But to get it going against lefties, he's the key cog as a right-hander, being able to hit some of that soft stuff, which he's not going to get today, but that's normally what they struggle with.
And back-to-back fastballs to get Ray his first strikeout. 2 up and 2 down in the first.
Ray just challenging him with the fastball, just coming right at him. And like we said, you know you're going to get the fastball, but doesn't mean that you're going to be able to time it or see it really well coming out of his hand, because it really has some life, late life to it, and gets on the hit, gets to a hitter quickly, gets on them.
Corey Seager now. Another milestone reached yesterday, a new LA Dodger record for most hits in a season by a rookie, passing Steve Sax's 1982 total of 180. Corey with 181. And the overall franchise record going to go way back to 1930. Johnny Frederick. Actually, Frederick back-to-back seasons, 1929 and 1930, had 206 hits. Those are the franchise record marks. 29 season was Frederick's rookie campaign. Ray home with an 0-2. Bounces.
You really can't compare what Steve Sax meant to the '82 Dodgers compared to Corey Seager to the 2016 Dodgers. Sax, 4 home runs, hit .283, second base, led off, young player, but the impact that Corey Seager has had, hitting in the middle of the lineup, the 25 home runs, 69 RBIs, and a much higher batting average.
Ray strikes out Seager with a slider and works a 1-2-3 first inning. Jose De Leon's third start as a big leaguer begins after this break. Played against Jose De Leon in a scoreless game here in this series finale. Scoring runs has not necessarily been an issue for this club. Segura's at the top. He's having a breakout season. Then Owens, Goldschmidt, and Lamb. A nice 3-4 punch in this order. Drury hits 5th, then Haniger, Brito, and Gosewich. Against Jose De Leon, 24 years old, out of Puerto Rico, and making his 3rd major league start. He won at Dodger Stadium in his debut. He won his first road start at Yankee Stadium, and now tries to become the first Dodger to win his first 3 starts since Kaz Ishii won his first 6 in 2002.
He's really nullified left-handed hitters. Done an outstanding job with his changeup. Left-handed hitters are hitting off of his changeup .091. So fastball is electric, the changeup is outstanding, and the breaking ball is still in development.
2-0. There are 3 left-handed hitters in the lineup that he'll see today. Gene Segura started another game with a home run yesterday. It's the 3rd game out of the last 5 that he's led off with a homer. First season in Arizona, one of the lone bright spots this year for the Diamondbacks. Came over from the Brewers. Quite a resurgent year for him. Bottom of the zone, strike 1.
We'll take that early Christmas present.
Segura drives one to right center. That is down and bounces all the way to the wall. He has tremendous speed, but holds it second as Puig guns it in. A leadoff double for Gene Segura.
Gene Segura has been red hot. 4 for 12 so far into this series. That's his 5th hit into this series. I mentioned ranks first in the NL in hits. And he came into this series against the Dodgers. His last 2 games against the Rockies, he had 4 home runs. He had 2 home runs in each of those games.
Well, brings up Chris Owings. Dodgers have done a good job against him in this series. He's only 2 for 13. Bounces the first pitch to Culberson, but advances a runner to third. And 1 away here in the first inning. We take a look at the Dodgers defense, brought to you by Clamato, and some guys playing in unfamiliar spots.
Yeah, you have over there on the right side, you have Seguin, you have Culberson, and then behind the plate you have Barnes. But Barnes is very familiar with Jose De Leon, as they were battery mates down there in AAA. At the same time, I think you see Dave Roberts giving some guys a little bit of rest, and also wanting to make sure guys are fresh and have a hot bat, especially down the stretch.
And Barnes caught De Leon's debut. Paul Goldschmidt with a man at third and 1 out. Like Alana told you prior to first pitch, the Dodgers have done an incredible job against Goldschmidt this year. Hitting only .214 against LA, a notorious Dodger killer through his career. Another than 2.
They've really got between his ears. They're game 1 or so, he looked like he was sitting more soft against Rich Hill and looked like he stayed that way for a while. Then all of a sudden he got a hit that way. Then the Dodgers started pounding him away and running the ball up and in and staying hard with him. So they made some nice in-series adjustments. Looks like to me, Nomar, with Goldie, like you say about our hitters sometimes, it's not about him making the out, it's missing the pitch and fouling balls back where he should have capitalized.
And that's, you're talking about that pitch right there. That one where you wanted that pitch a little bit higher. They missed a spot and he ended up fouling it back.
And he strikes him out on 4 pitches. De Leon's first K of the day sits down Goldschmidt.
Yeah, big strikeout right there. And yeah, as you mentioned, a lot of times people will go back when you're analyzing, they're like, look at the pitch he's missing. Look what he swings and misses to that put away pitch, that strikeout. But when you know you're off, or especially Paul Goldschmidt, as we've seen him, it's usually the pitch or 2 before that he's fouled back.
So De Leon trying to pitch around the leadoff double. Now Jake Lamb. And during the first half of the season, Lamb was the best Diamondbacks hitter. De Leon has that one pretty much catch him, but he's out of the inning. How did he find that hot shot? Off of the bat of Jake Lamb on the first pitch that he throws up there to the slugger.
PFP in spring training, you don't get them hit like this. This could hurt, but it finds the glove. That's a redeemer as far as missing any ball that you ever hit. Keeps it 0-0.
Yasiel Puig took ball one from Robbie Ray to get this second inning going. Hitting cleanup today. Only the third time that he's done that this season. Behind a fastball at 95, and it's 1-1. He hit cleanup in June against Pittsburgh. He hit cleanup earlier on this trip against New York. And the lineup today, not just with the lefty, but with the lefty that he's owned. A 1-1. Strike two. Ray worked a 1-2-3 first inning with a pair of strikeouts. Puig gets under this one, and it's still 1-2.
Underlying story today's game is a lot of guys in the lineup that are on the bubble for the playoff roster. I know the Dodgers are trying to win the game. They're trying to beat a lefty. They're trying to find a combination of a team that could beat a left-hander. Yasiel, of course, is in that equation. Seguin, who's on deck, in that equation. Culberson would probably think that he's got a shot to make the playoff roster. A lot of guys are doing their best and also trying to be on 25.
Puig with a big bouncer, stabbed by Lamb. 1 out.
And along that note, as Dave Roberts is trying to figure out, okay, what is going to be that lineup against lefties? We're late in the season. You kind of have an idea of how people have been performing against left-handed pitching. And when you look across this lineup, we said the Dodgers have struggled, but a lot of guys where you're thinking, okay, righty versus lefty, they have reverse splits where they hit righties better than they hit lefties. And you see, even lefties, though, they show that they struggle more against lefties. So he really is searching for that right combination.
Robbie Ray to Rob Seguin. Upstairs, ball one.
Short sample size on the example is Tolles hitting .333, a left-handed hitter off of lefties. Only 9 at bats.
One and one. Dodgers not catching up with that fastball so far. Second start for Seguin at first base today. Adrian Gonzalez hitless against Ray this year. Seguin checks on Lamb, who's got back-to-back assists to begin this second.
Right-handed hitters in the lineup. Left-hander that throws hard and also has a down and in slider. He's going to be busy down there at third.
He makes a nice play, ranging to his left, staying with it, because that ball was hit really hard by Rob Seguin.
Center fielder.
You're right. I haven't seen a Dodger hitter yet been able to catch up to a fastball. That ball was a breaking ball that Seguin ended up hitting.
Hernandez, whose average has ticked up in his playing time recently, takes the fastball up. Ball one. Starting in center today, Jack Peterson has struggled against left-handed pitching. 5 for 54 this year against lefties. And so it is Kike, and on 1-0, he's behind it, 1-1. A pop-up. Paul Goldschmidt straddling the line. 1-2-3 go the Dodgers. 6 up and 6 down for Robbie Ray in a scoreless game in Phoenix. Started by a rookie this year for the Dodgers. A scoreless game as we go to the bottom of the second. De Leon was able to pitch around a leadoff double from Gene Segura in the first. Faces a fellow rookie and Brandon Drury. In fact, the next three that he'll face will be rookies: Drury, Haniger, Brito in this inning. And he starts him with a strike. Drury's been an important piece with some of the injury problems the D-backs have had this year. He's versatile. Played all over the place for Chip Hale. Today he's in left. Against Jose De Leon, leading off the second. 2-1. De Leon beating the Yankees on Monday. It was extra special for him, having grown up a Red Sox fan, big Nomar fan. And so beating the Yankees at Yankee Stadium, a little bit more special than the average major league win. And he walks Drury.
Couple innings out there on the mound where he set the table. He fell behind the leadoff hitter of the game, 3-0. Got a break on the 3-0 pitch, made it 3-1, gave up the double. Got a boost of confidence by getting Goldschmidt out with a strikeout with a man on third. But right here, putting that walk out there, still searching for his release point from the windup.
Mitch Haniger now, that is a rare walk. His last 6+ starts, his strikeout to walk ratio is 53-4 now. Bottom of the zone for a strike to Haniger. De Leon was nearly untouchable. But his final month or so in the minors forced the Dodgers' hand. Had a 126 in his final 4 AAA starts. And that included a strikeout to walk ratio of 40-1 in those 4 starts.
Clayton Kershaw's strikeout to walk ratio around 18-1, which is completely unheard of. 155 strikeouts, 9 walks.
An 0-2. Haniger pushes one in the air to right. Long run for Puig. Lays out and can't get it. And it ricochets all the way back into the infield. First to third goes Drury on a base hit for Haniger. Incredible effort by Puig, just couldn't quite get his glove under it.
It just takes an unfortunate bounce off of Yasiel. And the reason it takes such a long bounce, a far bounce, is because of the speed of Yasiel, how hard he was coming in to try to make this catch, and he makes just a tremendous effort. I mean, this was in his glove. Oh, just unfortunate for Yasiel and the Dodgers there. It was going to be another highlight play to add to Yasiel's reel this year.
Love the passion. Love the way he went after that ball. That's just contagious.
Trying to help out his buddy De Leon. They became friends during Puig's stay in AAA this year. So the D-backs threatening again. Socrates Brito looks at a strike.
And this is really where De Leon has, I know it's his young major league career, but you're going to trade a run for an out. And maybe a possible double play here. Just minimize the damage. Not worry about the man on third. Worry about the man at the plate. And really try to keep the score down, because early in the game, you know, or you believe, even as you're backing him as a defender or a teammate, you're going, listen, we're going to have to score a run to win this game anyway. So if you give up that one, don't worry about it. Let's make sure it's not that big inning.
Is 1-1. Brito fouls it back. A chance at a strikeout here at 1-2. Socrates Brito, 25 years old, out of the Dominican Republic. Both of his parents teachers. An entire family of college graduates. Comes a 1-2, and he dribbles it foul. Said that as far as his name, Socrates, goes. His dad told him he was named after a really smart guy.
Oral?
Yeah, right. That's great.
Yeah, he was. I'm here for you, buddy.
You too. Socrates Oral Brito on 1-2. Cues it up the third base line. Stays at a ball and 2 strikes. College education far from a given growing up in the Dominican Republic. The fact that he's from a family where all the kids went says a lot about his mom and his dad, both of them educators there. On 1-2, he bounces it to second. Culberson goes high to second and safe. The throw pulled Seager off the bat. Drury's in to score. Everybody's safe. And it's 1-0 Arizona.
And this was a double play ball. It was hit hard, and Culberson knew it. And I think because of that, he just tried to rush here on this throw to Seager. The question is, does Seager have his foot on when he actually caught the ball? Because he doesn't get back to it. So that's what they're going to be checking, is just when he catches it, did he have a spike possibly on the bag?
Bench coach Bob Guerin on the phone.
They should have a pretty good look at it in New York when they slow it down.
Now batting, catcher, Tuffy Gozowicz.
Dodgers aren't even going to challenge it.
So the first 3 have reached against De Leon here in the second, and Tuffy Gozowicz comes up. From Socrates to Tuffy. From a guy who's named after, as his dad put it, a really smart guy, to a guy who's nicknamed Tuffy because as a kid he used to jump off things, always banging his head, always breaking things. So his dad gave him that nickname, Tuffy, and it stuck. His name is James. 2 on, nobody out in the second, and a 1-0. Gozowicz hits a fly ball to shallow left. Howie Kendrick calls off Seager and makes a lunging catch for the first out.
Corey Seager's been in a precarious position the last couple of plays. That stretch at second base, almost a collision there in left field. And this gives De Leon a chance, this ball being caught, to get out of this inning with that light damage of only 1 run. Now you got the pitcher coming up.
That was one of those that I don't know if either one of them called the ball out there in left field, because it really didn't look like Howie was calling it, because he was looking at Corey Seager and he wasn't too sure if he can get to it. So you saw that lunge at the end, we saw that in slow motion compared to Corey going out there. So that was one of those that's just tough. They always say you try to listen for the outfielder to call you off.
Now the pitcher, Robbie Ray. Here comes De Leon. Yeah, there's strike 1.
Robbie Ray can handle the bat. He's hitting 196, got a home run, a couple RBIs. So you say 196, can't handle the bat. Well, when you do that once every 5th day and you're batting 9th and you maybe get up there a couple times where they let you swing the bat, maybe only once, the other times you're called on to bunt, it's pretty good.
He lays it down here. Turner charges and grabs it. His sinking throw is caught by Seguin. The second and third go Haniger and Brito, and it's up to Gene Segura to add on here in the second.
Second baseman, Gene Segura.
What's your equation, Oral, for calculating pitchers' batting averages, what they should extrapolate to had they gotten the full number of at-bats?
If they get the full number of at-bats, probably their average is going to go down, I think.
But I mean, if you're a 195 hitting pitcher, that equates to what?
I would say as a batter, a normal batter, and if you could handle the bat there, I think you're looking at somebody who's about 220, 250.
Okay.
Problem with most pitchers' batting average is A, they don't have good swings and don't make a lot of contact. B, the ones that can hit are sometimes guys that can't bunt. So they give away at bats because they're not getting that sacrifice and they're adding that AB. If they can do both, that's the guys that hit over 200, 250. The pitchers that are handling the bat with the bunt and the swing. But you're talking about hitting a 93-mile-an-hour slider once every 5 days, maybe for one at bat. I mean, it's not the easiest at bat in the world.
0-1. Segura hits another base hit in the left. It scores Haniger. Here's Brito to the plate. Barnes throws to second to get Segura and end this second inning. But Gene Segura knocks in 2. With a 2-out base hit. Arizona with a 3 spot here in the second against De Leon. Segura, 2 more hits today to add to his leading total. 188 now for him this season. Knocking in a pair with his 2-out single in the second. And Charlie Culberson takes inside from Robbie Ray. The Dodgers in a 3-0 hole and facing a powerful left-hander in Ray. 6 up and 6 down so far for the 24-year-old who's back with a 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes.
If I told you the Dodgers are going to hit a touch over 200 the rest of this game, you'd say this is going to be tough to come back. But that's what they hit off of left-handers. 30 out of 30 on the bottom as far as batting average against lefties.
And throughout this Dodger lineup, you talked about Tolles, what he hits versus the lefties, who's done well versus lefties and righties. The only other guy outside of Tolles who's hit a lefty over 300 is Charlie Culberson.
Jake Lamb's been busy. And Robbie Ray's retired the first 7. So now it's Austin Barnes, who played his college ball right here in Phoenix at Arizona State. Seeing his first action today in a couple of weeks. First time since De Leon's debut start against San Diego. He went to Arizona State as an infielder, originally from Southern California, and then went to Arizona State and had to play some catcher out of necessity because of injuries they had one particular season. And once they got healthy and got some other recruits in, the coach said, okay, you're welcome to move back to the infield now. He said, I don't want anything to do with that. I want to keep on catching. I'm kind of digging it. He did continue to play some infield, and that's part of his value, is his versatility. Not many guys you find in the majors that can catch and play short. 0-2 in the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
You know, when you're talking the development of a catcher, a lot of times guys that go back there by default because they're a little slow in the foot speed category. Maybe they have a big bat, but they really can't defend anywhere else on the field. So they say, you know, you've got a pretty good arm. You get back there, learn the catching deal. You've got a chance to continue on in your career through college, maybe professional. So guys convert down, you know, and get there really by lack of skill, not by having a lot of skill in a lot of areas.
Drafted by Miami, came over in that D. Gordon deal. It's on a 1-2 from Robbie Ray, who has struck out 3 and retired the first 8 Dodgers.
And when he needs it, he goes to a 97-mile-an-hour 4-seamer up in the zone. We touched on it. How he's, when he pitches around 94, he has some, usually a 2-seamer with some tail, some sink to it. Then that 4-seamer can get up there to the high 90s and blow it by people.
De Leon. He's now got the beard to match too, Robbie Ray. It was a little weird at first. Not weird, but it just is more natural now having the beard. It's just hard-throwing, baby-faced lefty before. Now he's got the beard to match the heat. 96 and quickly 0-2.
I don't see how this guy has a 4.5 ERA. This electric arm, this velocity, the way he can spin the ball. When he makes mistakes or gets into an inning where he doesn't feel it, he must really get pounded.
In a hurry, the bottom of the order retired, and he's gone once through the order without a blemish.
For Alex Wood, the good news is he is coming back. Dave Roberts said earlier today that Alex Wood will be activated tomorrow for that San Francisco Giants series. He will be coming out of the bullpen. We've heard that for about 3 weeks now. Dave Roberts said that he's going to have him come in a clean inning. Doesn't want to give him any traffic in his first time back. He will be coming out of the pen, and we'll see what happens for that postseason roster. Also an update on left-hander Scott Kazmir, who threw in a simulated game and unfortunately had a blister crop up. The calendar right now against Scott Kazmir, unlikely we'll see him for the remainder of the year, although that is not official, guys.
All right, Alana This ever-evolving injury situation and a story all season, right from the beginning of spring training. Chris Owings leads off this third against Jose De Leon. 2, 3, and 4 for the Diamondbacks. He goes after the first one. One pitch and one out for De Leon here in the third.
And look at that second inning. You know, for De Leon, obviously, base on balls hurt him. You walk the leadoff hitter, then you get that base hit. We talked about minimizing the damage. He had an opportunity to really minimize the damage. It's unfortunate the defense didn't pick him up. I think that one error over there by Culberson really hurt De Leon, especially because he was at the bottom of the lineup, pitcher coming in, and to possibly get out there with maybe just one run. And they ended up putting a 3 spot in that last inning, but
really a walk, a pop up,
yep,
and an error. You know, ground ball error. The one to Puig out there with a great effort.
Goldschmidt gets his hands in and somehow sends this ball airborne. Turner's over to the dugout, out of room. Paul Goldschmidt, third year of a incredibly team-friendly deal. Signed it before he had played even 200 major league games. Waits on this 1-1 from De Leon and takes it outside. 2-1. Diamondbacks knew what they had. Goldschmidt was happy to sign the deal. All-star for a 4th consecutive season this year, and been MVP runner-up 2 of the last 3 years. That won't be the case this year. For him, it's been a down year. Of course, that's relative. He's 3rd in the National League in on-base percentage. Just missing with a fastball, and the count is full.
He's done it when he's had players around him. He's done it when there's been support. This offense has been firing on all cylinders, but he hasn't swung the bat real good against the Dodgers.
Over De Leon's glove. Culberson has in position perfectly for the second out. It's been a big part of the way the Dodgers have gone 12-6 against Arizona, is limiting him.
He's that big force in the middle of that lineup. I mean, watching him, throughout the years, you know, obviously he still has good numbers this year, just not against the Dodgers. But he just knows how to hit. Watching him over the course of the series against the Dodgers in the past, the adjustments he makes.
A change up to Jake Lamb. Grounded back to the mound his first time. Quickly 0-2. Lamb had that huge first half and somehow missed out in the All-Star game. Over the last 6 seasons, there have been 42 players with an OPS like Lamb's in the first half. He's the only one of the 42 that didn't make the All-Star team. And he's down on strikes with that changeup you were talking about earlier, Oral. De Leon uses it to work a 1-2-3 third. brought to you by the Dodge Challenger. Test drive one at your local Dodge dealer today. And by Jack in the Box. Taste the all-new Jack's Brewhouse Bacon Burger today at Jack in the Box. Limited time only at participating restaurants. Vin was a Grand Marshal of the 2014 Rose Parade. Stanford and Michigan State in the coin toss there. Top of the Dodger order against Robbie Ray, who was perfect once through the Dodger lineup. Probably the most competitive at bat came from this guy. He did 7 pitches to retire Kendrick on a ground out. 1-1.
When you think of the 3 best lefties in the Dodger organization, you go with Koufax, Kershaw, and Scully.
Yeah. One and two.
How about being voted the #1 Dodger of all time and never had a uniform on?
And I don't think it was particularly close.
I don't think it was close at all.
67 years.
Exactly.
That'll help your cause in that voting.
Oh my goodness.
Scully's been doing Dodger games about 3 times as long as the D-backs have been a team. There's a 1-2. Yeah, and he gets him swinging. Already 5 Ks for Robbie Ray, and you can celebrate Vin Scully on Vin Scully weekend. You can celebrate him anytime, but come out to the ballpark and do it beginning next Friday through Sunday. Highlights including a pregame ceremony with special guests. That's on Friday. Saturday, the limited edition commemorative coin giveaway. Go to Dodgers.com/LALovesVin to learn more. Justin Turner with his first inning strikeout against Robbie Ray is now 1 for 10 against the lefty. And he's laid on a fastball. He's one of those guys you were talking about earlier, reverse splits. He's hitting right-handers better than he is lefties.
Right. And a lot of the Dodgers are. I mean, he's not the only one, and you can see that as we're talking about their struggles against left-handed pitching. But it's one of those years that have been an interesting anomaly when you see over the course of their careers. Justin Turner has usually hit lefties better than he's hit righties. Same thing with Kike Hernandez, who's hit lefties better than righties. But this year, it obviously, and you even they recognize it. It's not like they're not aware of it, and they also said, "Listen, we are trying different things to figure this out and try to make adjustments. We don't know why it's happening to us, but we know we are struggling."
Turner lifts one down the right field line. Long run for Brito. Out of room. Let's check in with Alana Rizzo.
Well, Joe, Robbie Ray is only the second left-hander that the Dodgers have faced as far as starting pitching on this road trip. And after the first one, CC Sabathia in New York, when again it comes up that the Dodgers can't hit left-handed pitching, Justin Turner took offense to it. In the post-game interviews, he was very upset with the constant questioning about whether or not they could hit it or not. He said, "We know that we're going to turn things around. What do you want us to say? We're working on it. We're just as aware of it as everybody else."
And we'll get to see a lot of more tests against left-handed pitching here in quick order. It starts a 4-game stretch where they'll face 3 left-handers. Madison Bumgarner tomorrow. Matt Moore on Wednesday. As Ray gets another strikeout of Turner. Struck out Seager his first time. 6 total for Robbie Ray now.
And looking at Robbie Ray right now, he just looks so in control and is just pounding the strike zone. And for Robbie Ray, the first time through a lineup this year, hitters are 192 against him. The second time it goes up to 290, and the third time you're looking at 333. The way he's looking right now, I don't know if those numbers are going to be that way in this outing.
It's a pitch that he struck Seager out with his first time up, 0-2.
The stuff that's coming out of his arm right now reminds me of another Diamondback, Randy Johnson. He's not as tall, but the fastball slider combination, this is electric. This is what the Johnson Schilling days look like on the Johnson side of it.
Robbie Ray has joined them with a 200 strikeout season. Johnson, Schilling, and Dan Herron, the only other guys besides Robbie Ray with a 200 strikeout season in a D-backs uniform. 2-2 on Corey Seager. Johnson did it 5 times. 5 200 strikeout seasons. Kurt Schilling did it twice. Dan Herron did it twice.
Most guys are just trying to get to 200 innings.
Rays 2-2. Seager fouls it off. LA still looking for its first base runner, down 3-0 here in the series finale, trying to drop that magic number down to 9. A couple of weeks left in the regular season. A 2-2, and he got it. Twice he struck out Seager with that slider down and away, and 4 perfect innings for Robbie Ray. The Giants. Aledmys Diaz has hit a 2-run home run for St. Louis, and they lead San Francisco 2-0. Top of the 4th inning in the final game there before the Giants head down to LA to open that 3-game series against the Dodgers tomorrow. Brandon Drury starting the 4th inning against Jose De Leon, who gave up 3 runs in the second. That began with a walk to Drury. Giants blowing another save last night. Their 28th blown save this season. Santiago Casilla giving up 2 runs in the top of the 9th. And that has been the story for San Francisco. 2-1. Two and two. Inside, full count on Drury.
It's a big pitch here for De Leon. Remember that second inning where he ended up walking the leadoff batter and they ended up coming around to score, but he did a good job coming back that last inning. Thought after they put those 3 runs on him, to come back and get a 1-2-3 inning, especially when you're in the part of that lineup and you got Goldschmidt and Lamb in there, Chris Owings, be able to get that 1-2-3 good bounce back. Now you don't want to start this inning with a walk. Go out there, challenge Drury, make him earn it.
24-year-old, only his 3rd major league start. Missed most of the first 2 months of the season. He missed April with an ankle injury. Pitched in 1 game in AAA in early May, but then went back down to extended spring training in Arizona because of some shoulder inflammation. Drury shoots one into right for a leadoff single. So he's reached both times against De Leon, and the leadoff man is on in the 4th.
Well, that's what I was talking about. You're going, okay, 3-2. It was a good spot. Down in the zone. Fell over the middle of the plate more than he wanted to, but at least he was like, you're going to challenge you, going to make him earn it. Tip your hat to Drury. He does a good job staying inside that ball and getting a base hit to the right side.
And Haniger singled his first time. Rookie matchup. Ball 1. If you're wondering why there hasn't been any talk about De Leon in the way that there has about Stripling and Arias and Stewart as far as the pitch counts and the innings counts this season, it's largely because of those 2 months where he didn't pitch. That ball is going to leave the yard. Haniger with a 2-run shot. Arizona leads 5-0.
Coming into this game, Haniger against the Dodgers has been 2 for 8 in this series, already with a home run and 4 RBIs, and he just added that to that total. He did a home run earlier in this series against Coleman, and that ball fell in the middle of the plate, and this one did too, and did not miss.
Brito going to left for the first pitch that he sees, and Kendrick there for the first out. So for De Leon, the 4th home run that he's allowed in his first 15 innings in the majors. He gave up the 2 runs against New York on Monday, both off of solo home runs. He's able to win that game, but will need a big comeback from the offense, which is without a base runner through 4 in this one. Tuffy Gosuish dumps it back for a strike. Oh, 0-2. Another thing with De Leon, and talking about the innings totals, he's 24 years old, and so he is more developed as far as that arm endurance, arm strength. Some of the younger prospects in the Dodgers system. Full college career under his belt. Filled that change, but it missed. 1-2.
You can just tell by looking at him compared to some of the other young guys, he's starting to fill out, get more strength. That foundation will help protect his arm.
Gosuish up the middle, base hit to center.
Ball's up again, creeps back towards the middle of the plate. Just outer half, but up where they can really get the barrel on it. Instead of it being a 3 or 4 hopper, when it's down, it gets caught. It's only a 2 hopper, and it finds its way through the hole.
So 5 runs on 6 hits now for Arizona. And here's Ray, who lays down a bunt. De Leon throws it out. Nice pick over there first by Seguin.
Seguin looking like a dancing bear down there. Nice little scoop, and as he was making the scoop, it was slightly awkward, having to retreat, find the bag, and then little scoop as keeps his heel on the glove. And boy, the ball was the key part.
I don't know how the ball still was staying in his glove right there.
If the top is a snow cone, what is that?
I don't know.
I was just going to ask, what's the opposite of it?
I don't know. That was, wow.
Squeeze it right in the palm of his hand. We'll put Segura on here. Magnet.
Yeah, I don't.
It's like there's no way that it.
I don't know how it's staying in right there and not falling out. I mean, the strength, I guess, of his palm to hold that ball right there.
So Segura put on base, a couple of hits already against De Leon, and so they choose to put him on with first base open and bring up Chris Owings. De Leon is sat down both times. It's been a nice bounce back season for Chris Owings, who was a first-round pick back in 2009 and had a good 2014 season, but then had shoulder surgery. Well, he was ready to go for 2015. Really wasn't healthy, wasn't himself, and struggled to the worst numbers of his career. Hits one that Kendrick lunges after and won't get. It's a base hit off the wall. He's got a double and a run knocked in. Segura anchors at third, and it's 6-0.
Little breaking ball trying to mix it up, but the breaking ball just is a cement mixer down the middle of the plate. And it seems like today has been a game of inches for the Dodgers. There have been moments where they could have bailed out Jose De Leon with little defense, maybe got an opportunity to get somebody out, but nothing has fallen the youngsters' way today.
And now Goldschmidt. Diamondbacks with 6 runs, a pair of 3-run innings, the second and now here in the 4th. Both innings began with Brandon Drury reaching. Jesse Chavez getting loose for the Dodgers. And it looks like Dave Roberts is going to go to him right here.
Jesse can get loose in a hurry. He hadn't been up very long. Dave Roberts waiting as long as he can before he comes out and visits, and he's going to make the move.
So De Leon's shortest outing and his 3 as a big leaguer. Runners at second and third his responsibility. The Diamondbacks hanging at least 6 on the rookie. First 40,000 fans in attendance get a 2016 opening day Vin Scully bobblehead presented by Mercedes-Benz dealers of Southern California. Go to Dodgers.com/promotions. We got our hands on one of those in New York. Must-have item. Jesse Chavez into the game, replacing De Leon. Dodgers in a big hole early on here.
Jesse just wanted to get him out of this inning. Jose De Leon will have a lot of time now to think about that one and how to improve. That has a lot of sting to it, that line.
No soft open for Jesse Chavez to come into the game. It's Paul Goldschmidt waiting for him. And taking ball one. Chavez over at the trade deadline this year from Toronto. 9th major league season for him. His 6th different team. Here's 1-0. Goldschmidt on the ground is short. Corey Seager throws him out. For the D-backs with another 3 spot to chase De Leon, and it's 6-0 through 4. The Dodgers still looking for their first base runner against Robbie Ray. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota's clearance countdown is on. Get the biggest savings of the year on the 2016 Prius family. And by Children's Hospital Los Angeles. We treat kids better. Robbie Ray perfect through 4 innings. This is a guy with an ERA of 4.5. Yasiel Puig up the middle. Gene Segura knocks it down and throws him out. Close play at first. Segura able to stick with it to get Puig.
Well, the big reason he's able to get Puig is that Puig hits this ball hard back up the middle. Gene Segura bobbles it and Puig gets down the line. But because he hit it hard, it gave Segura time to recover from that bobble and get him out.
Orel, are you at the point of the game yet, if you're the pitcher, where your stomach knots up when you see that ball bobbled?
There's a little more want out there on the mound right now. He's getting close to where he's going to start thinking about it, and that's probably after this inning. But he knows what's going on.
Rob Sagadin waiting on a 1-0, and he's behind it at 95, 1-1.
An interesting reaction by Robbie Ray after that pitch. I wonder if he felt something in his body as he's released it.
You might be right, Nomar. He's doing a little flinching right now. And he definitely felt something there.
59 pitches deep. Is 1-2. 2-2. Well, he rifled that one up there at 96, so whatever it is that he's feeling isn't diminishing his velocity at all. Working quickly. 8 strikeouts for Robbie Ray. Casual pump of the fist down there first from Ron Kolpa. 2 out in the 5th.
Let's take a look at our Morongo Casino Resort and Spa slow-mo cam. And of course, it's about Robbie Ray today. Fastball away to Justin Turner. Sneaks it by the barrel of the bat. This one, he's going to go up the ladder. Wanted to come down and in to Austin Barnes, but up there at the top. And then this devastating slider with the fastball location and velocity today. If he just gets the slider in the vicinity, it's really hard to hit.
Kike Hernandez fouls off the first pitch, and all 8 of his strikeouts have been of the swinging variety, a reflection of how filthy that stuff is.
He's giving a little payback. There were 15 Diamondback hitters that struck out yesterday, so he's coming back at the Dodgers.
Brings in 0-1. It bounces.
Sometimes that can be an inspiration to the next day's starting pitcher. You sit there and watch your team get beat. You see how they get beat, and you just take that memory home with you at night when you're going to go have your dinner and think about tomorrow's game. And it's fuel for the fire.
2-1. So far, it has fueled a fastball that's sat at 95 or 96. It's touched 97. And that put away slider for the 24-year-old from Tennessee in his 3rd big league season, but his first full big league season. Hernandez towards the left field corner. That ball is gone, and so is the perfect game. Hernandez with his 7th homer, and the Dodgers on the board here in the 5th.
I started to research a little footnote about the '88 team since you're looking for omens, and Tom Browning on September 16th back in '88 threw a perfect game against the Dodgers, hoping that maybe if Robbie Ray did that today, that would take these Dodgers to a world championship. They can still do it. They're still in it. Might win this division for the 4th time. Kike Hernandez, though, breaks up the omen.
Maybe that'll get this offense going. Charlie Culberson now with 2 out. Strike 1. How rare are perfect games? 23 in baseball history. Seems like no-hitters are becoming more and more common. 295 no-hitters. 23 perfect games. Both of them gone with 1 swing here in the 5th. Ray with a 1-1. And Culberson smashes one into center.
Well, I'd given you the numbers coming into this game. About 192 the first time through the lineup for Robbie Ray. The second time through 290. And the Dodgers, this is the second time through the lineup. You already got that home run by Kike Hernandez. Culberson squaring the ball up. And we were talking before the game, talking about him, you know, his strikeout rate per 9.
Yeah.
You know, he ranks 2nd in the majors with 11.3 strikeouts per 9 innings. The only guy better is Jose Fernandez. We were also talking about that. He also has a high contact rate.
Yeah, high hard hit rate.
That's it.
Austin Barnes trying to keep this line moving with Carlos Ruiz on deck to pinch hit. There's ball 1. Yeah, it's a really rare combination of stats, and that he's top 5 in the majors in strikeout percentage, but he's also top 5 in the majors in highest hard hit rate against. Normally when you're a high strikeout guy, that's also combined with a lot of weak contact, but not the case with Robbie Ray. There have been a couple of different charts that have shown that the last time in baseball there was a profile like Robbie Ray's, Johan Santana used to get a lot of strikeouts, but also a lot of hard contact. 1-2 on Barnes. And it's been an exact snapshot of that. 8 strikeouts. And then the Dodgers finally getting in the hit column with a home run and a blazing single into center from Culberson.
Not just finally getting in the hit column. It looked like it was finally getting in the contact column for the Dodgers, the way he was mowing them down and getting after it.
Dodgers hadn't hit a ball out of the infield before Hernandez's home run.
Santana's an odd one for him to match up with, too, for me, because Santana changed speeds. I would think Robbie Ray gets hit because he's mostly hard. You know, 92% of the pitches he throws are going to be a fastball or a slider. Where Santana had an outstanding breaking stuff and a changeup.
It was one season in Santana's career where it really matched up. His 07 season. It was an all-star season for him, so you can be successful with that kind of profile. Culberson at first with 2 gone. And Ray to Barnes with a 2-2 pitch. Sliders low. Count is full.
2 out, 3-2 count, runner going. You hit one in the gap, you're going to get a run and chip away at this lead.
There goes Culberson, and Barnes takes ball 4. Didn't miss by much. 95 with a fastball. First walk issued by Ray, and Carlos Ruiz comes up. So he was perfect through 4 2/3, and you know, you don't always, when a pitcher is perfect into the 5th inning, start to make a big deal out of it, but it was the way that he was perfect where it was becoming a significant conversation before Kike hit that ball out.
I think that and knowing the history of the Dodgers against left-handers this year, just a touch over 200, and with a bunch of guys in there that they are kind of proving that we are searching for a way to hit lefties. So you've got, you know, 4 guys in there or so that are not really regulars.
Well, the 37-year-old Carlos Ruiz in his 11th major league season. Over in exchange for A.J. Ellis. Trying to help the Dodgers with this exact thing, left-handed pitching. 2 on, 2 out in the 5th, and here comes Ray. Ruiz hits a fly ball to right, sending Brito back with plenty of room. And the Dodgers finally get something going. Kike Hernandez hits his 7th home run of the season to put LA on the board, giving them their first base runner of the day against Ray. We're halfway home in Phoenix. They drive it out of here to account for the Dodgers scoring. Joe Davis for Hershiser, Nomar Garciaparra, Alana Rizzo, and now J.P. Howell out for the 61st time this season.
6 guys out there in that bullpen have over 50 appearances. JP one of them, with Adam Libator, of course Kenley Jansen, Joe Blanton, and Baez. They've kind of been the foundational pieces down there, but there's been 20 guys that have come out of the bullpen for the Dodgers this year. So you talk about all the use they've had. They've spread that around.
Jake Lamb taking strike one. Third most innings from the bullpen of any team in baseball. The two teams that have had more innings picked up by their bullpen, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh. Here's Howell's 0-1, and Lamb takes it in the dirt, 1-1. When you look at the top 6 teams in baseball in innings pitched from their bullpen, it includes 4 last place teams. It just doesn't typically add up, because that means your starters aren't getting deep. And anytime your bullpen's throwing that many innings, usually not a good equation. 1-2.
Well, that also says a lot about the depth of the bullpen that the Dodgers have, because it hasn't just been the 25-man called up. They've done a lot of guys down in the minors, sending guys back and forth. And the other thing is, I think the way Dave Roberts has handled the bullpen and the adjustments he's made over the course of the season and using them.
Howell strikes out Lamb.
And what I mean by that is, remember early on in April where there were some struggles in the bullpen. And he was also trying to understand the bullpen as well. And you always hear about having bullpen and what their roles are going to be. Well, he's made adjustments and putting guys in situations for them to succeed and have the confidence to keep it going.
Speaking of spreading that workload around, J.P. Howell retires the one batter that he'll face, and Bud Norris comes in, likely to try to give the Dodgers a little bit of length. Exclusively a starter throughout his career. Started to do some relieving last year, and then went into the bullpen in Atlanta earlier this season to revive his season after a rough start in the rotation, and did so. Was really good out of the Atlanta pen, and a few opportunities out of the Dodger pen so far have not gone as well, but they'd love to see him become a piece they can rely on out of the pen.
And the thing that really turned his career around and his season around was starting to establish and throw more of the cut fastball that gets lefties out. He's done pretty well against right-handers through his career. It's the lefties that have hurt him. Right now he's been working on a few things down there and trying to get squared away. Would love to contribute the rest of this season with the Dodgers.
Brandon Drury after J.P. Howell struck out Jake Lamb. Norris trying to do something Jose De Leon couldn't do, and that is retire Drury. And he has him fishing on a slider coming up empty, strike one. The numbers overall, when you look at starter reliever splits for Bud Norris, he's been much better out of the bullpen, but that is almost all because of his time in the pen in Atlanta.
And you think somebody who has been predominantly a starter to come out of the bullpen, and he goes right to the stretch. Nobody on, but pitching from the stretch right away.
Two and one. Fourth relief appearance for him in a Dodger uniform, although the first one he was still part of the rotation. That was in that 16-inning game where he took the loss in St. Louis, allowing the home run to Matt Adams in late July. And then he made a relief appearance against the Cubs in late August, or against the Reds in late August, and then against Miami to begin this trip. Is 2-1 outside. Three and two.
I like the pace he's working at out there. He seems very confident in his mechanics, wants to attack. Locked in, concentration wise.
Good fastball as Drury fouling it back, stays at 3-2. It's a veteran, 8th major league season, his 5th different team. And because of the shuffling that's happened on his baseball card over the last year or so, you forget about those years early on in his career in Houston when he was their young gun, their ace for a period of time. His payoff, and Drury crushes it to left, sending Kendrick back at the wall. It's gone.
Early in the count, Bud was missing low and away, and finally got himself back in the strike zone. But here, trying to throw a strike, so he doesn't want to miss away. But in doing that, kind of comes underneath the ball to make sure it stays near the middle of the plate to get the strike. But also the ball stays up and doesn't break very much.
So one away for Mitch Haniger, who has a home run of his own today. 2-run shot against Jose De Leon. Also with a single. Norris is 0-1. Haniger pulls a base hit. Mitch Haniger is 3 for 3. Holds up with a single as Kendrick recovers after the bobble. It's the bottom of the order getting it done for Arizona. 5 through 8 in the order have scored all 7 runs. In fact, they've only been retired twice, the 5 through 8 spots. It's Brito. It gets by Barnes. The Haniger to second, and it's 1-0 on Brito.
I don't know what they're going to score that, but that's borderline pass ball, borderline wild pitch. Austin Barnes will tell you that he should have had it, but Norris will tell you he should have threw a little better pitch.
He ended up scoring that a wild pitch. I agree. The way Austin Barnes went at it, stabbing it, turned the hand around. When you know if it's a breaking ball, usually they just put their body in front of it and try to knock it down.
One and one. On the first major leaguer named Socrates. guys, I would imagine, have that honor with your names too, right?
The first major leaguer. I'm not the only one though.
No.
Nope.
And Nomar Mazara, Texas Rangers rookie. Oral, are you really looking it up to see if you're the first Oral?
Looking it up.
I think you probably are.
Yep. In Baseball Reference, it only comes up me.
Yeah.
Orestes Destrada. Remember Orestes? Orestes Moreno. Not many O's out there.
Did you go to your bookmarks to pull up the Oral Hershiser page?
I don't. That's just my home page. Doesn't even have to be bookmarked.
Yeah. You just start typing in Baseball Reference and it autofills.
This is not very nice. I know the score is 7-1 in the fifth, but this is just, why is it pile on Oral day?
Brito flips it into left. Kendrick comes on and makes the catch. And puts an end to our picking on Oral.
That's all right. That's all.
So 2 away, and here comes Tuffy
Nomar's anniversary.
You keep referring to this anniversary, and nobody knows exactly what you're talking about. You got to give a little more detail.
Well, the Dodgers won 11-10 on this day 10 years ago. Nomar had a pretty big hit at the very end of the game. He had a walk-off home run.
So that is the anniversary. Not talking about your Mia anniversary.
Yeah, no, that didn't happen during the season.
This is the 4+1 anniversary.
Yep.
I think it's appropriate to talk about it today. It's the exact anniversary.
Gosuish goes past the mound to second. Culberson's got it, and he throws him out. We are through with 5 innings, and the D-backs lead Bud Norris and the Dodgers 7-1. Baseball brought to you by T-Mobile, and I know you guys talked plenty about this yesterday, but today is the anniversary of when the Dodgers were down 9-5 entering the ninth and hit 4 consecutive home runs against the Padres, sending the game into extras. And after the Padres got a run in the top of the 10th inning, Nomar came up in the bottom of the 10th after Kenny Lofton had walked to start the inning, and the game-winning home run. One of the most memorable games in franchise history, and the most emotion Nomar Garciaparra has ever shown on a baseball field. Howie Kendrick taking ball 1 from Robbie Ray.
Our pregame show had a great feature on it because they had Vince Scully talking about it and talking about through every at-bat. And listening to it and watching him talk about it, and even what he was feeling and he was thinking up in the booth, it gave me chills. And just seeing those 4 home runs, when they happened, and then when it pans to the fans, the excitement on the fans and also in our dugout, just in the whole stadium, was incredible. I mean, I had goosebumps. Even 10 years later, I get goosebumps watching it. And then obviously able to come up with that big at bat. But I just think that the 4 to begin with, and just the energy in the stadium was just grateful to be a part of it.
Kendrick lines one to left center, and that's how this 6th inning begins. It gets by Drury to the base of the wall, and Howie Kendrick has a leadoff double. You know, it came in the middle of a pennant race. It came with you guys chasing the team that you were coming from behind against in the Padres. And you know that the Dodgers entered that day, the 4+1 day, dead last in the National League in homers.
Well, we wanted to change that.
Right. I guess that's, yeah.
Really? Dead last?
Dead last.
Wow. So talk about unexpected.
Talk about baseball.
And I think we hit 7 that day total.
Wow.
Here's Turner taking a strike. Yeah, because the 4 home run inning and the 7 home run day were both matched earlier this year by the Dodgers in Cincinnati on that getaway day Monday. And I remember hearkening back to that, matching those totals.
So who were the 4, Nomar?
So it was Jeff Kent. Then it was J.D. Drew.
Then Trevor Hoffman came in.
Trevor Hoffman comes in the first pitch. Then you have Russell Martin, who hit that one. And then Marlon Anderson hits one after that. It was just incredible. And you're thinking by then, we're going, okay, we can finish this in the bottom of the 9th. And
then Aaron Seeley gives up a scratch run.
Then we're out, and then we go into the 10th. You know, because it was still no outs. We hit 4 home runs there with no outs.
Right.
Turner strokes it to left center. Looks like an instant replay of the ball Kendrick hit. That one's caught off by Drury. Turner's into second, and the Dodgers have back-to-back doubles to begin the 6th at 7-2.
Better rhythm in that swing from Justin Turner. He just looked like he was on time. The leg kick, he went a little shorter leg kick with the velocity array on the mound. You talk about making in-game adjustments. He made an adjustment right there and just kind of eased it out there like he was getting loose in batting practice.
The adjustment is, it looked like first couple of times through the lineup, really the first time more than the second time, it looked like they were starting to try to adjust a little bit. But the first time I saw a lot of big swings from the Dodgers. It was almost like the harder he throws, the bigger the swing I have to have in order to catch up to it, rather than let me shorten up. Seems like the second time, let me shorten up, almost take a 2-strike approach or a nice easy, let his velocity supply the power. It's exactly the way Justin Turner looked right there.
Robbie Ray was perfect through 4 2/3. Now 5 of the last 6 Dodgers have reached against him. Corey Seager swinging at a ball in the dirt. It's the same pitch that Ray has struck him out with each of his first 2 times up. 85 pitches deep now, and action down in the Arizona bullpen for the first time. Randall Delgado starting to loosen. Nothing in 2. Having his way with Seager so far. There's Delgado. On the ground to first, that advances Turner up to third, and Seager loses the race to the bag to Ray.
Right fielder, Yasiel Puig.
So Seager's 0 for 3, and Yasiel Puig to the plate. Oh for 2. 0 for 4 in this series. Ball 1. Yasiel Puig. His earliest days as a baseball player was a catcher. He waits on a 1-0 and takes a strike. His dad, Omar, used to gather wood from a family friend, and they turned those pieces of wood into Yasiel's first bats. Late swing and a heater at 95, 1-2. Became a Cuban star. Defected, signed that 7-year deal. Able to defect successfully on his 5th try. Reaches out and slaps it foul. We'll do it again. A crazy debut in 2013, prompting Vin to say he's not to be believed. This game is not that easy. Because Puig was certainly making it look easy in that first month in Dodger blue. Rays 1-2. Pop foul. Only player ever to post more hits in a debut month. Joe DiMaggio in May of 1936. The only better debut month than Yasiel Puig's June of 2013. Runner at third with 1 out. Robbie Ray with another 1-2, and Puig takes it in the dirt. Count evens. Amazingly, he had been in the majors for just 1 month and just barely missed out on making the All-Star team in that 2013 debut. Waits on a 2-2 and lifts one in the air and foul ground first base side. Goldschmidt has room. 2 out. So it's up to Rob Segedin.
A wave of sadness comes over me when you mentioned Vin's quote about Yasiel's first game. When Nomar talks about the 4-1 game and how exciting it is to see the pregame show and have Vin narrate it. It's just he has narrated some of the best times of our life as players, as fans, and we're on the final lap when we get home.
7-game homestand, the Giants and the Rockies, and then Vin will handle the final series of the season in San Francisco. His final broadcast, and we mentioned this last week, but his final broadcast will be on the 80-year anniversary of the day that he was walking by a laundromat in New York City that happened to see the Yankees had blown the Giants out and felt bad for the Giants. Lived near the Polo Grounds, so became as a kid a Giants fan. On the 80-year anniversary, he'll finish his career doing Dodgers Giants. 3-0 on Segedin.
Now, doesn't that story tell you the character of the man, even at that age, that he felt sorry for the team that lost? And so I'm going to pull for them. I'm going to join their side. Selflessness and thinking of others all the way back then.
A 4-pitch walk to Segedin. They'll bring up Kike Hernandez. And Vin fans won't want to miss coming to Dodger Stadium on Saturday. 50,000 limited edition commemorative coins will be distributed in his honor. Certificate will come with them. Solid bronze coins. They're individually numbered and minted with an image of Vin. You can go to LA or Dodgers.com/LA Loves Vin for more information. A full week of honoring Vin.
Knowing memorabilia collectors, coin 67.
Oh, yeah.
And coin 1. Probably Koufax's number will be a big coin. Kershaw's number. There'll be some chase coins in there for which number you get.
TK homered against Robbie Ray his last time up. See if he gets one to drive in this AB. He did, and he fouled it back 0-2. That's our top tier play brought to you by Arco. Dodgers didn't have a base runner at that point before he hooked one down the line for his 7th homer of the season. So Robbie Ray 100 pitches deep, trying to go 6 full. His 0-2 in the dirt. Good stop, Gosuich. Sure would be nice if they could chip a little more away here going into the late innings, getting into the bullpen. 2-out opportunity for Hernandez. Two and two.
Forget the chip away. Let's have another home run right here.
That wouldn't be bad either.
Make it real exciting.
He's had a 2-home run game this season against Madison Bumgarner. The Dodgers will see tomorrow. Ray's ready. Hernandez ready. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Kike hits a base hit to center. And it's 7-3 on a 2-out RBI single from Hernandez. And that's going to drive Robbie Ray from this game, you would assume.
Second baseman, Charlie Culberson.
Well, he fouled out some pitches before. His home run was a fastball in the inner half. This is a fastball away. Kike does a good job staying on it and taking back right up the middle.
And they will make a change. Chip Hale takes it from Robbie Ray. He allows 3 runs, and the men at first and second his responsibility. Into the D-backs bullpen in a 7-3 contest. Her first year as a full-time relief pitcher, and he comes on for Robbie Ray, and instead of Charlie Culberson, Dave Roberts sends Jock Peterson up there 1 day after he hit the longest home run of the season for a Dodger. This ball was absolutely crushed off Shelby Miller, who also gave up the 2nd longest home run of the season for a Dodger hitter. That one went 463. A velocity of 110. Major league average sits about 88. But Dave Roberts playing this card right here with a chance where one swing could bring the Dodgers back to within 1 run. First one bounces, Gosewicz chests it down. This inning started with back-to-back doubles from Kendrick and Turner. Seager then grounded out. Puig fouled out. But Seguin walked. Hernandez with a 2-out RBI single to chase Robbie Ray from the game, giving Peterson a chance to change the game with one swing against Delgado. Two and 0.
Take your shot right here. 2-0, 2 out, first and second. You can change the game and guess heater, guess one side of the plate or the other, or up or down, and let it go. Swing and miss by a mile, no big deal. Just don't want to take a weak swing and guess.
Those are a few good takes from a guy who knows that he's up there to hit the ball a long way in this situation.
And I'm giving him the green light. 3-0.
Just don't get too big. You don't have to hit it 463 to get a homer.
2 on, 2 out in the 6th. Can he drive one on 3-0? Oh, he had the one to cross 3-1.
It was in a similar spot of the one he did hit 463. It was on the inner half. This is one where you got to look. You got to look to see if he makes a mistake. And that was.
Now the 3-1. And he takes it. 3-2. So 5 pitches, and he's looked at all 5. The count is full. Runners will get a head start. Could cut the deficit in half with a ball in the gap here. Seguin in at second. Hernandez at first. Delgado readies for this 3-2, and Peterson takes ball 4. Well, pinch hit walk loads up the bases for Austin Barnes.
I'm glad he walked, but I'm a little upset he didn't swing at one of those pitches 3-0 or 3-1.
Now that's what they put him up there for. They put him up there for to possibly get that big swing, to hit the long ball, to make this a 1-run game. So at least take one chance at it. I can understand maybe that 3-1 on the breaking ball, but that 3-0, that fastball was right in your wheelhouse.
Barnes with the bases loaded. Can't lay off. Strike 1. Delgado's 0-1 in the dirt through the same pitch. This time Barnes laid off it.
One more base hit, and this is a whole new ball game.
Adrian Gonzalez going to the on-deck circle. You've got to have somebody in there, so that's why Turner was standing there. He's not due up for another few spots. If Barnes can reach, it'd be Gonzalez in the pitcher's spot. Here's the 1-1. Rides inside to Barnes. 2-1.
Not so much that you hadn't have somebody there on deck, but you have somebody there in case he hits a ball in the gap and he has to help the runners score at home.
Barnes with the bases loaded on 2-1. Pops it up, backing out of play. 2-2. Back in the city where he started as a collegiate at Arizona State. First game in 2 weeks for him, and a big spot here in the 6th with Seguin, Hernandez, and Peterson on base. Delgado has his sign and his 2-2 to Austin Barnes. Is a fastball low and outside. It's a full count, and everybody will be off and running with a pitch.
The worst bullpen in baseball, the worst ERA, 5.10. Arizona Diamondbacks. That's what you're facing right now.
Here comes the payoff. And Barnes takes ball 4 on a borderline pitch. Seguin in the score. It's a 7-4 game. The tying run reaches, and it brings up Gonzalez.
Breaking ball that just creeps its way off the edge of the plate. A nice take from Austin Barnes. Strike zone has it as nipping the corner, but it looks like they didn't earn that strike.
So Adrian pinch hitting, and it may be against somebody else. Chip Hale coming out. He will call on the left-hander. Edwin Escobar will come in to face Gonzalez. The Dodgers have loaded the bases here in the 6th. 3 already in the bank, and a chance for more when you come back. Matchup, but that means he brings in a guy with an ERA near 8 to face Adrian Gonzalez in a 7-4 game with the bases loaded. He has a grand slam this season against St. Louis on a Sunday night back in July, and has 5 grand slams in his career. Pinch hitting for Dave Roberts in the 9th spot here in the 6th with 2 out. Escobar's first one. Outside, ball 1. Two doubles, a single, and 3 walks in this inning for the Dodgers. Pop foul, it's 1-1.
Adrian opened up his swing right there. 1-0 fastball with bases loaded, knowing that he's probably going to get attacked with the heater.
Here comes the 1-1 in the dirt. 2-1. Howie Kendrick due next, and there's nowhere to put Adrian Gonzalez, who's been his usual solid self here in the second half this season, trying to come up with a big hit and a big spot here on 2-1. He rips one to right. It's a base hit, and it gets all the way to the wall. Hernandez is in. Culberson's in. Here comes Barnes, and this game is tied. On a pinch hit, bases clearing double from Adrian Gonzalez.
This entire inning, the Dodgers have done a tremendous job. Robbie Ray, the way he was looking throughout this entire game and then making adjustments over the course of this inning to come back, knock them out of the game, get to the bullpen. Guys coming off the bench, the pinch hit, and a big one by Adrian Gonzalez. And Austin Barnes, your catcher, but not your typical catcher, with the speed to score from first base.
And another change for Chip Hale. A standing ovation from behind the Dodger dugout for Adrian Gonzalez. Pitcher of the inning, all with 2 outs. And now Howie Kendrick has a chance to put the Dodgers in front with Gonzalez at second. Here comes Barrett. Strike one. It was 7-1 entering this inning. The Dodgers with a 6th spot. Gonzalez with a bases clearing pinch hit double to tie it. Tomas in the game defensively and right. Kendrick started this inning with a double. It feels like forever ago. Came in to score. Barrett's 0-1. Outside to even the count. Now 1-1, Howie Kendrick. Bounces one up the middle, ranging behind the bag. Owings has it and throws him out to finish the inning. How about a 6th spot in the 6th? And how about a tie game to the bottom half?
Certainly not the first time two of the best left-handers in the game faced one another, but it's going to be a big one on Monday. A 3-game set between the Giants and the Dodgers at Chavez Ravine. Madison Bumgarner, Clayton Kershaw on Monday. Johnny Cueto and another left-hander, Rich Hill, on Tuesday. Then Wednesday, the lefty Matt Moore against Kenta Maeda. The Dodgers calendar brought to you by 76. What a blast. Here we go, guys.
Yeah, I can't wait. You guys ready for that to get going?
Oh, yeah.
Josh Raven ready for this outing to begin. Spotless through 6 appearances this year out of the LA bullpen. Yasmani Tomas entered in a double switch last inning and looks at a blazing fastball for strike 1. All kinds of changes for the Dodgers with all those pinch hitters coming in. Tomas fouls it off. Raven quickly ahead of him 0-2.
Reminds me of spring training games when I just stopped scoring because I couldn't keep up with the changes.
Yeah, like the 3rd inning of a spring training game in Orioles' book.
When I can't find the guys in the media guide, I don't.
That's your
stop.
cue.
Yeah.
1-2.
This is Yasmani Tomas. He's been playing a few days. So.
Yeah. Here's a 1-2, and he gets him swinging with an elevated fastball. So Raven comes on and does what he's been doing. Strikes out Tomas. 1 away in the 6th. So those changes we're talking about. Jock Peterson had a pinch hit walk. He stays in the game and plays center. Kike Hernandez stays in as well and slides over to left. Howie Kendrick goes from left to second. And after his game-tying pinch hit double, Adrian Gonzalez is in there at first. Raven bounces one in to Gene Segura, ball 1. Segura's reached all 3 times, a double and a single, and was walked intentionally. And foul tips 1-1. Gene Segura very well may win comeback player of the year in the National League this year. He's one of the worst hitters in baseball in his final few seasons in Milwaukee, but leading the league in hits in his first year in Arizona. Checks on Howie Kendrick, fresh in there at second. And Segura's the second out. Josh Raven's audition for a postseason roster spot continues. 2 up and 2 down, and now faces the 2-hitter Chris Owings. Owings knocked it around with a double in the 4th. Couple of 3-run innings for Arizona today. The 2nd and the 4th inning. They added 1 in the 5th. Dodgers getting a single run in the 5th on a Hernandez homer, and then that 6th spot in the 6th. Ravens 0-1. Ball 1. Two and 1 on Owings. Chris Owings, first round pick at a high school in South Carolina, former top prospect. So September call up 3 years ago, now in his 4th year with major league time. Jumps out of the way of a breaking ball. 2-2. He was playing center field early this year to replace A.J. Pollock. It was the first time that he'd played center field since he was in junior high. He's down swinging. 1-2-3 inning for Josh Raven, who continues to tear his way through major league hitting. Giants taking on the Cardinals in San Francisco, and Johnny Peralta adding a run for St. Louis with a base hit off the wall. 3-0 in the 8th inning. Dodgers hoping the Cardinals can drop the Giants and drop the Dodger magic number down to 9. Dave Roberts' team trying to drop the number down themselves. A 6-run 6th inning to tie the game at 7. And Justin Turner now shoots one back up the middle. Segura dives in on a bounce, throws him out. A tip of the cap from Turner. 1 out.
And that's all Justin Turner can really do is tip the cap, because this was an unbelievable play by Gene Segura. Almost takes the hat off of the pitcher, and Gene Segura lays out. And watch Justin Turner here. He's like, yeah, what is he saying? Yeah, my bad, I took away a hit from you. But there's Justin Turner with the tip of the hat. It's really nice of him, because you really feel like you want to sprint over there. Go, why did you take away a hit from me?
So now Corey Seager looking for his first hit of the day. Now ball 1. Turner's done that a time or two to opposing hitters this year. Down the left field line and foul. 1-1. So the Dodgers, if they can find a way to win this one, and if the score holds in San Francisco, would enter the series with the Giants with their largest lead in the division this year, 6 games.
You go back to when Clayton Kershaw got hurt, June 26th, and you think what they have done to go into that series, possibly with the largest lead.
They were 8 back. From 8 back to potentially 6 up. Still plenty of work to do here. On a change up, Seager goes ahead 2-1. But it looks, at the very least, it'll be a 5-game lead. The Giants down 3-0 to St. Louis. Here's a 2-1. And it's 3-1. St. Louis right now 2 games back of the second wild card. The Giants and the Mets are tied for the 2 wild card spots. So if the season began today, it'd be the Giants and the Mets and that 1-game wild card to see who would move on to face the Cubs in the NLDS. Barring something completely unforeseen, it's looking like Dodgers Nationals if the Dodgers are to hold on to this division lead. Seager walks with 1 out in the 7th. And the Nationals suddenly, guys, looking much less formidable in a short postseason series than you would have thought earlier this summer, with Steven Strasburg again dealing with injury issues.
The rotation is not packed with left-handers. Gio Gonzalez having kind of a down year will probably get the ball sooner or later in that rotation, especially with Strasburg being out.
Yasiel Puig is 0 for 3. And is the only Dodger spot in the order that hasn't reached. He crushes a fly ball to center, but just got under it. Haniger's there. Just got under that one for the 2nd out. I want to clarify something from the 6th inning. We were talking about Josh Raven, who is being pinch hit for here with Andrew Toles, talking about him pitching for a potential spot on the postseason roster. Raven is actually ineligible because of the 80-game suspension earlier this year for the PED test. Same thing D. Gordon is going through in Miami. Gordon back to help the Marlins trying to make a postseason push. It's going to fall short, but they were looking at an interesting decision what they do once they got there, because Gordon would not have been available. Same thing with Josh Raven. Toles grounds out to 2nd. It's stretch time in Phoenix in a 7-7 game. replay, we look back at that 6-run 6th inning. Kendrick and Turner back-to-back doubles to begin it. 2-out hits from Hernandez and Gonzalez. That one from Adrian, the big one. A pinch hit, bases clearing double to tie the game at 7. And that's where we are as we go to the bottom of the 7th. New pitcher for the Dodgers, Josh Fields, comes in the game. His 32nd appearance combined between the Dodgers and the Astros this year. Came over at the trade deadline and is on to face 3, 4, and 5 in Chip Hale's lineup.
Throwing the ball really well and is definitely on the possible guys that could be on the playoff roster. You say that about almost everybody that comes in, but Josh Fields has really turned his season around since he's been a Dodger, starting to become a very reliable, consistent piece.
Goldschmidt leads it off. He's turned into one of the great hitters in the majors, but was always one of the smaller kids when he was growing up. He was in 8th grade. He was a second baseman. He hit 9th in his 8th grade team's lineup. Didn't hit a growth spurt really until he was a sophomore in high school, and on the heels of that growth spurt developed a nice weight room routine. His goal at that point was just to make the high school varsity team. Didn't have visions of playing in the majors. And out of high school, the Dodgers drafted him, but they drafted him in the 49th round as a reflection of where he was in his development at that point. So he went to Texas State, a few seasons there, and then the D-backs took him in the 8th round. Fields pops him up on the infield. Adrian Gonzalez for the first out. Now Jake Lamb.
Third baseman, Jake Lamb.
Lamb's 0 for 3. The Dodger pitching against Goldschmidt and Lamb at 3 and 4 in the order over the last 2 days. They've held these two guys to an 0 of 15 with 8 strikeouts. Strike one. Goldschmidt and Lamb 0 for 15 with 8 strikeouts in the final 2 games of this series. Fields 0-1. Bounces up on Austin Barnes, and it's 1-1.
Whenever I hear a stat like that with those 2 hitters, I fear the jinx.
Yeah, I know. Should have waited until they got Lamb this time to avoid it. Now I'm going to feel really bad if something goes wrong here.
We'll just light up your Twitter account. You'll be fine.
All right. I can handle it. 2-1.
I can teach you how to mute people.
You're good at that.
They don't even know you've done it.
Fly ball, left field line. Hernandez glides over. I feel better now. 2 out. Watch the drive to the pennant with MLB.TV Premium. Every out-of-market game is live in HD on more than 400 supported devices. You can also enjoy a free subscription to At-Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Visit MLB.TV. Dodgers trying to finish the season series with the Diamondbacks 13-6. You've always got to take care of business in your own division to have a chance to win that division. And in the case of Arizona, they have certainly done that. All that's left for the Dodgers NL West opponents. Drury down the right field line now. Puig's not going to get there. Crashes into the sidewall as he picks it up. And Drury has a 2-out double. He's reached all 4 times this afternoon.
I mean, this ball kept slicing away from Yasiel Puig. What I love about Yasiel Puig, the way he's going after that, he believes he can make every play. He was thinking about he might get close where he's going to lay out and try to make an unbelievable play. And then even after that, he's thinking, I might have a chance to throw him out at second base.
So Drury today now has a single, a double, a homer, and a walk. It's just a triple for the cycle. It's Haniger with a go-ahead run in scoring position. Takes ball one from Fields. Josh Fields trying to keep a spotless September going. 6th appearance, no runs this month. His 1-0. Breaking ball drops in there to even the count. 1-1. Old Georgia Bulldog, 31 years old. From Georgia originally. It's an old first-round pick. The Mariners took him in the first round out of college in 2008. He pumps a 1-1 to Haniger. It just misses, ball 2.
His spotless September has contributed to this Dodger bullpen success in September. #1 ERA in the National League, the Dodger bullpen in September, 2.24 before this game. Batting average against for the bullpen, 178.
A 2-1. You know, there were concerns, and it's still valid to have some, but there were significant concerns in the early parts of the season into the All-Star break. Yes, the bullpen is doing well, but man, the bullpen is overworked, and there's no way this is sustainable. And I know there's still a couple weeks left and the postseason, but it's encouraging hearing those numbers you're talking about at this point, which is 2 weeks left in the regular season.
When you look at those numbers, a lot of them, they take the bullpen as a whole and they see, wow, look at how the bullpen, the amount of innings that they have pitched. Look at the starters, how the starters have gone, 5 innings or less, and the wins we were even talking about before the game. But when you look at the individual work total and you try to see, okay, how many of the guys are actually in the top of Major League Baseball as far as innings worked or usage, there's only a couple of guys maybe in that category, because they've spread out their usage so well.
Still full on Haniger.
And the line of demarcation as far as the work was concerned was September 1, because we knew the reinforcements are coming here in September. And so where anybody said to Dave Roberts and Rick Honeycutt, hey, I need a blow, I need a day, then you can look and say, okay, we've got a Raven, we've got Josh Fields, we've got Grant Dayton came up and took a large workload. All of a sudden, they got just the right amount of work through September as they decide to go with whatever they're going to go with in October.
It's a big pitch right here for Josh Fields. You got a man in scoring position. It's still a tie ball game here. It's late in the innings, and you have one of the hot hitters up here, Mitch Haniger, just battling right now.
Throws him another one and misses high. So a 2-out double from Drury, and now a walk for Haniger. And the veteran Ricky Weeks Jr. will come up. Rick Honeycutt will come out. Longtime Milwaukee Brewer, the former All-Star in Weeks. His role has been off of the bench for the most part this season for Arizona, and he's done well in that role.
Very streaky hitter. He has some significant holes in his swing. I'm sure that's what Rick Honeycutt is going over right here.
One of those guys that do have holes, but if you make a mistake, he doesn't miss those mistakes.
Yep.
Saw him homer against Clayton Kershaw earlier this year here in Arizona. 2 on, 2 out, tie game in the 7th. Josh Fields to Ricky Weeks Jr. Started him with a breaking ball, and Weeks took it.
Well, that's the first part there. Weeks is an ambush hitter. He feasts on that first pitch fastball, thinking you're just trying to get ahead, so they decide to spin one right there.
And part of the message from Rick Honeycutt's visit. Here's a 1-0. Same pitch, same take from Weeks. 2 balls and no strikes.
Trying to feast on Weeks's aggressiveness, but he's not biting. Could be that he's not aggressive, or it could be that those breaking balls were read as balls right out of Josh Fields' hand.
Now the 2-0 fastball, and he got it by him for strike 1.
Slow him down with a couple breaking balls for balls, then you throw the fastball right here. I like it when it's above the belt to Weeks. Pretty good low ball hitter.
2 on and 2 out in the 7th. The 2-1 outside corner evens it at 2-2.
Nice job catching that ball by Austin Barnes. That's a borderline strike, and he did a nice job keeping his glove. Just barely catches this ball in the webbing. Right on the edge. He takes the glove farther out and maybe catches it near the middle, so he's sure he catches it with men on. That's probably a ball.
Just missing with a breaking ball, and the count is full, so the runners will have a head start.
Another nice reception and a great breaking ball. It probably is just off the edge of the plate, but Austin Barnes just keeps it right there visually. It takes a strong hand.
It's almost identical location to ball 4 in Barnes at bat. They're in the 6-run 6. 3-2. Jam back. Diamondbacks have won 4 of 6. Trying to split this 4-game series with the Dodgers. LA trying to get their 11th win out of their last 15. Trying to drop that magic number down to 9, potentially to 8, if San Francisco fails to come from behind against St. Louis. Fields ready for another 3-2, and a fastball rings him up over the outside corner. Spotless September continues for Josh Fields, and we remain tied at 7. On to the 8th in Arizona. Dodger Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. A 6-run 6th inning has this game tied at 7. Adrian Gonzalez with a bases clearing pinch hit double to even the issue. Here we go to the 8th. Josh Reddick leading off this inning against Enrique Burgos. New misses up, and it's 1-0. Reddick hitting for Kike Hernandez out of the 6th spot, and it's a parade of guys out of that bullpen with ERAs of 5 and 8 and 7 and 6. 2-0. Reddick a 3-hit night last night. After a bit of a quiet beginning to the road trip. He's ready for this 2-0. 2-1. Peterson and Barnes to follow here in the 8th. Burgos with a 2-1, and Reddick takes ball 3. On 3-1. That's a strike. Full count on Josh Reddick. Acquired at the deadline with Rich Hill. From the Oakland A's, former Boston Red Sox. 29 years old, his 8th major league season now. He leads off this 8th with a walk.
Diamondbacks bullpen has walked the 2nd most batters in all the big leagues. As far as bullpens are concerned, the only buddy ahead of them, or we should say worse, Cincinnati Reds.
Yasmani Grandal, who's been given the last couple of days off with a sore elbow, is getting ready in the Dodger dugout. Catcher's spot is due up 3rd in this inning, and Austin Barnes is on deck in that spot. But for now, it's Jock Peterson. Now the Reds bullpen, you mentioned an interesting thing that they were historically bad in the first half, but really good to begin the second half. Peterson attacks the first one, and it's foul. Jock came up with 2 gone and a couple of men on. It was 7-2 at that point. In the 6th inning, he walked and loaded the bases. Austin Barnes walked after him, and then it was Gonzalez with a game-tying double. Jock this season .361 against Arizona. On 0-1, he hits it foul, 0-2. It's his 14th game against the D-backs. He has 7 home runs. 7 of his 23 total. What is really his sophomore campaign. He had the 1-month call-up at the end of the 2014 season. What his rookie year was last year. I guess his sophomore slump came early. Came in the second half of his rookie season. Full body of work this year. He's done a great job of making adjustments and putting together, as we near the end of the regular season, a really solid line. Reddick aboard to start this inning in a tie game. 102 on Jock Peterson. Outside, ball 1.
And if you're wondering about Josh Reddick over there at first base, he's got 1 stolen base on the year. Has been caught stealing twice.
Remember, he broke his thumb sliding into second earlier this year. Missed about a month and a half because of that. He's got to give you some pause. 2-2. But he's got that brace on there still for him.
All 4 signs and settled on a fastball in. If he leaves it on the inner half of the plate, this could be a loud sound.
Strike 3 call. And Peterson's been thrown out of the game by home plate umpire Ryan Blakeney. Dave Roberts coming out to protect Jock.
Target inside, ball leaked back over the outer half, and I don't know if Jock's arguing about the height of the pitch. That's the only argument he's got, but that ball was pretty much a strike, and he'll find that out when he goes back and watches it on TV. About mid kneecap on the outer half.
Catcher Austin Barnes.
So Peterson's been thrown out of the game. The only outfielder remaining on Dave Roberts' bench, Andre Ethier.
But with the versatility that he has, you could always put Howie back out there and
right.
go to second base. And
One ball and no strikes on Austin Barnes, who has walked twice today. His first game in 2 weeks. Man, that can't be easy. Still new to the majors. And he go 2 weeks between at bats. And he still had a good enough eye to draw a couple of walks. One of them in a big spot to keep that 6-run 6th inning going. Reddick a good lead. He's not running. Barnes on the ground into center. Base hit. Reddick holds it second. 2 on with 1 out here in the 8th.
good job by Austin Barnes. This ball was down and away. It was breaking away from him. And instead of pulling off the ball, he stays on it and drives it right back up the middle, keeping this inning alive, getting a man in scoring position for the guy who's already come off the bench and driven in 3.
One of his biggest swings, one of his most memorable swings this year. Pinch hit, bases clearing double to tie it in the 6th. And now here he is with men at first and second, and the game still tied at 7 in the 8th. Burgos to Gonzalez. Ball 1. Gaudy numbers in this ballpark throughout his career. Most of it spent in this division. San Diego with the Dodgers. So 1-0. That's over the plate for a strike. Nomar was up here trying to swing it himself on that pitch.
Only because he missed his spot right down the middle. Catcher wanted that one down, and it kind of crept higher right in the middle of the plate.
Two and one.
The great manager Jim Leland, when asked about what do you think about baseball on television, he said it makes hitting look too easy. And I think that's what Nomar, why he flinched. As we watch on the monitor or live, it makes it look like, boy, that was an easy one to hit.
Hitting's easy. Come on.
Says Nomar Garciaparra. Here comes the 2-1. A pop-up, foul ground. Lamb is over. He's got it. So they get Gonzalez for the second out of the inning, and it's up to Howie Kendrick.
Second baseman, Howie Kendrick.
So the best that ever lived at that thing we're calling hitting, he could only do it 2 out of 5 times.
Does that mean TV makes pitching look harder than it is?
Well, let's think about this one.
Just giving you a hard time.
It's been 3 innings. I figured it was coming back
right,
at me sooner or later.
Kendrick 1 for 4 today. Started that rally in the 6th with a double. Strike 1. Both teams going deep into their bullpens in this one. 7-7 game in the 8th. A true September game today. Generous outside edge. Kendrick doesn't like it. 0-2. The 0-2 from Burgos. Kendrick hits a fly ball to deep right center field. Tomas is back. It is off the wall. They've come all the way back. A 2-run double from Kendrick. How about this? 9-7 Dodgers. This was a 7-1 game. It's now 9-7 LA.
Howie Kendrick, we know his strength is going to the opposite field. He stays on the ball so well, driving it the other way, and especially on that breaking ball. They want it further on the outer half. It creeps over the middle. He squares it up and just inches away from a home run.
And now Turner. How about the look of anguish on Chip Hill's face? Boy, you feel for him. Doesn't matter who he throws out there, and it hasn't really all season.
He doesn't try to do too much with it. That's a hanging breaking ball in the middle, and he just puts a nice solid swing on it. Ball carried real well here, and that ball had some nice backspin, almost snuck out of here.
Other than 2. The look on Chip Hill's face says it's not October yet. Am I sure I want to do this? This is not fun at all. Such high expectations coming into this year for this club, and could not have gone any worse. 3rd worst record in the majors. Turner strikes out swinging. But the Dodgers have taken the lead from down 7-1 to up 9-7 and a Howie Kendrick 2-out double. Dodgers baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers, or visit SoCalBMW.com. They've gone final in San Francisco. The Cardinals shut the Giants out, and the Dodgers lead in the division is 5.5. Their magic number to clinch a 4th consecutive division title is 9. More changes defensively. Ethier's in the game in left. Puig is in center now. Reddick is in right. Lewis Coleman is in the game. Our statistician Bob Corwin just said I should be getting a spring training bonus for this game. All the changes the Dodgers have had defensively. There's been a shuffle out there in the outfield. The latest coming because of Jock Peterson's ejection. Bill Gosselin leading off this inning against Coleman. 2-0. Three balls, no strikes. Coleman yet to find the zone. Gosselin, one of the most used pinch hitters in baseball this year. It's been almost exclusively his role for Chip Hale. And on 3-0, he takes a strike. Three and 2. He battles back to strike him out after falling behind 3-0.
Tell you what, nice pitch, but even better catch. Josh Fields was the beneficiary of Austin Barnes freezing that ball in there. He's done a very nice job framing the ball in that outside corner.
You are right, man. Good hands from the former infielder.
I appreciate you agreeing with me finally.
Only took 8 innings, 145 games in 8 innings. Strike on Tomas.
Switzerland here in the middle of us.
I'm just waiting for that moment. Finally agree with you.
Coleman's 0-1. That's outside on Tomas. 1-1. You're getting a little love on Twitter for your discussion of the mute button.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Those are people I don't listen to anymore.
No, it's
no.
positive. It's
Okay.
positive. Tomas gets one through Turner. And he was thinking 2 out of the box. Ethier hustled in to hold him to a single.
Make sure that hit off Turner's glove and not any part of his body, because that was a rocket. And if he was able to come up with that ball, that would have been just an amazing play. And at the tip of his glove, or the side of his hand is, and you can see him kind of looking at his hand there.
So that brings a tying run to the plate for Arizona here in the 8th in the form of Gene Segura, who's hit 5 home runs on this homestand. That is only a week long. National League hits leader. Waiting on a 1-0. Strike one. So the Dodgers can hold on here. The magic number would be 8. The division lead would be 6. 1-2. That means the worst case scenario following the Giants series would be a 3-game lead. The best case scenario would be a 9-game lead. And the most likely scenario, just playing the averages in baseball, would be either to be up 5 or up 7 following the 3-game series this week. 2-2. Barnes tracks it down. Tomas holds. A sweep, if the Dodgers are able to hold on here, would drop the magic number to 2.
The players are going to keep their head down like Lewis Coleman right there and take it day to day. And fans and us can kind of project.
And he strikes him out with a slider.
Project and hope. A lot of people hoping that the Dodgers can stay hot and cool those Giants off when they play them and maybe clinch at home. There'd be some Dodger fans that would love to see that at home.
And I think all of us would love that too, for the same reasons a lot of Dodger fans would, and that is the right guy would be calling it. Ball one on Chris Owings. Ben will do this upcoming homestand and then the final series of the season in San Francisco. You hope Vin calls it. You hope he doesn't have to wait until that series in San Francisco to do so.
That is for sure.
A 1-0. Owings swings and misses. And Coleman has found that slider after a 1-out single.
And it's really interesting how how it seems like Coleman's in the bright sun. There's like a shadow. And looking at Segura, I don't wonder if it was Coleman's release point or maybe there's something that affecting it with the shadow. Nope.
High drive left center field. Ethier's on the move, and this game is tied. Only the 4th home run of the season for Chris Owings, locked at 9.
Well, Lewis threw some really good sliders to get Segura out, but this is not one of his best. See where the glove is, see where the pitch is. And you don't see him show emotion on the field, but he dropped down and scraped the ground with his glove and his bare hand. He knows how far this team is come to battle back from down 7-1 and then to go ahead by 2 and then to give that lead up. It just hurts.
Now you got to deal with Goldschmidt. He's fallen behind him 2-0. That'll teach us to get into too deep of a magic number talk.
Yeah.
Liberatore on the left, Stripling on the right. Goldschmidt will have a green light on 3-0, but it's ball 4. Dave Roberts coming out. Lewis Coleman serves up the home run to Chris Owings that ties this game at 9. After the Dodgers had scored 8 unanswered runs. Call on Liberatore with the left-hander Jake Lamb due up for Arizona. De Leon to Chavez to Howell to Norris to Raven to Fields to Coleman and now Liberatore, and a 9-9 tie after Chris Owings' 2-run homer against Lewis Coleman. Joe Davis, Nomar Garciaparra, Oral Hershiser, and Alana Rizzo. Final game of this 10-game road trip. Dodgers are 5-4 on the trip, losing 2 of 3 in Miami, winning 2 of 3 in New York. And now with a 2-game advantage on Arizona, or 2-1 advantage on Arizona. Jake Lamb, the batter. That's why Dave Roberts goes to the lefty. Dodgers have done a good job against him. 0 for 4 today, 1 for 13 in the series. Barnes wants it low and away. Here comes Liberatore instead of toss to first. Ball 1.
Think why is Adam Liberatore paying attention to Paul Goldschmidt, but the running game is part of his game. I know he's a first baseman, but you got to keep that first baseman close. Keep an eye on him.
2-0. It's been a weird game. It was 6-0 Arizona after 4. Dodgers didn't have a base runner against Robbie Ray until there were 2 outs in the 5th. And Kike Hernandez homered to make it 6-1. Goldschmidt runs on a pitch inside, and Barnes' throw will never get him.
He stole that off the pitcher, Adam Liberatore. As soon as he moved his foot, he didn't try and read to see if he's coming to first or not. He picked something up early in the delivery and was off and running.
D-backs added 1 in the bottom of the 5th. That made it 7-1. Dodgers getting the 6 in the 6th to tie it. They went ahead 9-7 in the top of this inning, but the D-backs have come back with 2 of their own. And a 4-pitch walk to Jake Lamb. Dave Roberts coming out again with a couple of right-handers due up next. It would appear that he'll go to his 9th pitcher of the day. It'll be a double switch. Chase Utley. And that will likely move Howie Kendrick over to third because Justin Turner's coming out of the game. Ross Stripling On with runners at first and second and 2 gone in the 8th. This one's tied at 9 after the Chris Owings homer against Lewis Coleman.
Most bullpens have 8 men in it. Well, we've used 8 guys out of our bullpen today. Don't worry, we still have 6 more.
I was going to say plenty more down there.
Just in case it goes to extra innings.
Still fairly crowded. So Stripling trying to pitch this one out of the 9th, still tied. 9 runs on 8 hits for the Dodgers, 9 runs on 12 hits for the Diamondbacks. Goldschmidt and Lamb both reached on walks. Brandon Drury, the 5-hitter, a triple short of the cycle today, taking ball 1.
Just to give you a little perspective, there's more people in the bullpen right now still than there was in 1983 when I broke into the big leagues.
Period.
Yeah. It's only 5-man bullpen then.
Here comes the 1-0. That's low. Giants already played and lost 3-0 to St. Louis. The lead stands at 5.5 right now, and the Giants on their way to LA to begin a 3-game series tomorrow. Stripling with a 2-0, and Drury takes a strike.
It's that slider that Ross Stripling relies on a little bit more now. The curveball's outstanding, a great put-away pitch, but a little bit more control with that slider.
Here's a 2-1 with 3 balls and a strike. Good stop by Barnes.
Really good stop by Barnes. That took a nasty hop. Watch him try to get in front of this ball. Look at that big hop there where he gets him in the shoulder and knocks that mask off. Just glad he's okay. That could have been one of those that sneak underneath the mask and get you in the chin.
You guys aren't old enough, but that reminded me of Rock'em Sock'em Robots toy. When you hit the guy in the chin, his head pops off.
And ball 4 to Drury. 3 Dodger pitchers have combined to walk the bases loaded.
Oh, I remember that game. That's a great game.
The red man against the blue man.
Yep. Center fielder, Mitch Haniger.
Loaded up for Mitch Haniger. Boy, Drury and Haniger 5 and 6 in the order. Yet to be retired today. Haniger has a home run. He's singled twice. He's also walked. And in the seesaw battle trying to put Arizona back in front. Strike 1. Minor League Player of the Year for the Diamondbacks. Was caught up in mid-August. Former Brewers farmhand. Ready for an 0-1. Here comes Stripling. Breaking ball. Ball 1.
You see the size of that curveball and how sharp it is. It's a hard pitch to get called for a strike. And usually when you throw it for a strike, it feels a little bit more like a hanger out of your hand. Nice put away pitch, but hard to get in there consistently.
What a play by Kendrick at third. And he throws him out to keep it tied at 9. He just moved over there from second base to third base in a game saver. Lunging to his left. How valuable has this guy been this year?
Howie Kendrick, who started in left field, then went to second base, and then gets a rocket at third. Just moved over there and keeps this game in the balance. Talk about valuable players for the Dodgers. There's so many names that can come to mind. Corey Seager, Justin Turner, but Howie Kendrick, the versatility, the solid defense, and just a solid professional player. Big play by Howie.
To keep it tied at 9 after the D-backs had tied it on an Owens home run. Daniel Hudson comes in. Got off to a good start this year, but just one of the gang with that 5.70 ERA and having to face the teeth of this Dodger lineup. Can they surge again? Seager, Puig, Ethier. They got 6 in the 6th. They got 2 in the 8th. Here comes Hudson. Seager fouls off a fastball. Strike 1.
Remember how big Howie was in the 6th.
Yeah.
The double off the right field wall. Almost got out of here.
It's interesting to think about all the big moments that are going to get lost in the shuffle with everything that's happened as the game has gone on. On 0-1. Seager slices a liner to short, caught by Owens. Corey is 0 for 4.
Guys, this has certainly been a wild one. We'll break it down for you at the end of the game. The Nissan Access Sportsnet Dodgers post-game show. John Hartung, Jerry Hairston Jr. have plenty to discuss considering beginning to end of this one. Hopefully I'll have a player on the field. That means a win. And we'll be in the clubhouse talking to Dave Roberts about getting this win and getting this series and going home.
I hope you're right. I hope that they're interviewing one of these boys in blue in a 9-9 game right now in the 9th. It's Puig. And he takes ball 1. Three of those 10 home runs since his call up September 1st. Hudson's 1-0. 2 balls, no strikes. Daniel Hudson has had Tommy John surgery twice. He's profiled in the book The Arm by Jeff Passan, bestseller. Must read for baseball fans. Coming inside on 2-0. And Puig taking ball 3. There's Ethier waiting next. Green light?
Absolutely.
Three and 1.
And I like it. He got a pitch that was down the middle. Let it fly. Same approach, keyhole. Figure out one pitch that you know you can handle. And if you get it, let it go.
I used to think the opposite. I'm going to start it in the keyhole and make it move away from it.
Coming inside with a fastball on 3-1. Walked him. Go ahead run aboard with 1 out in the 9th against Hudson. And Andre Ethier, the hometown boy, coming to the plate.
Left fielder Andre Ethier.
His first trip up there today. 1 hit this season. Came in this series on Thursday night. Fractured leg just down the road from here against the Diamondbacks, actually, in a spring training game. Fouled a ball off his leg. Just activated here in September. And in a tie game in the 9th, he stands in against Hudson. Tailing strike 1.
Yasiel has 5 stolen bases this year and it's been caught twice. We have a look at that pitch that just barely nips the corner. The other thing I like about Yasiel getting on base too, a ball in the gap, he has the speed that can score from first.
That one's in, and it's 1-1. If you're from Phoenix, played at Arizona State, still lives in the area, and has been here most of the season rehabbing that leg, trying to get ready for the stretch run, trying to prove that he belongs on that postseason roster. Hudson's ready for a 1-1 pitch. Ethier pops it up. Shane Segura for the second out. Bottom third of the D-backs order coming up in the bottom of this inning. Weeks, Goslin, Tomas. Here's Josh Reddick. Came on for Kike Hernandez in the 8th inning. Walked and scored on the double from Howie Kendrick and put the Dodgers up 9-7. One and one.
Got Andre Ethier out on a changeup. Maybe Josh right there. That's why you looked and saw that kind of awkward swing, like he was swinging a bat underwater. Got a different speed than maybe he was sitting on.
A lot of room down that right field line for Reddick. Tied up in the 9th inning. We get first with 2 gone. Here's the 1-1. Reddick bloops it down the left field line. It'll sink in, a base hit. Puig's on his way to third, and the Wild Horse is in there standing at the corners with 2 gone. And guess who's coming up?
Didn't hit it really hard, but good placement by Josh Reddick just over there in left field. And I like the good base running by Yasiel Puig to get to third on this ball. It was in front of him. He was able to read it. Even though you're at scoring position in second base, if you know you can get to third easily, it also puts a lot of pressure on both the pitcher and the catcher. And you as a hitter know that too, where you're going, he doesn't want to throw anything in the dirt, so I might be able to set my sights up a little higher.
Chase Utley has gotten hot this weekend. His first at bat today. Came in to replace Jock Peterson when he was ejected a couple of innings ago. In fact, I guess that was only 1 inning ago now. All the pitching changes. The last few innings of this game has crawled along. Top 9, 9-9. Puig at third and Reddick at first. As Utley digs in with a chance to break this tie. Ball 1.
Chase has come to the plate the second fewest times with runners in scoring position than everybody in the big leagues that qualifies. But right here with somebody in scoring position with 2 outs with Yasiel Puig, it's a big one.
The 1-0. 1-1. They've shown time and time again a flair for the dramatic. And his year plus with the Dodgers. As Puig at third and Reddick at first. And a roller coaster of a Sunday game. Here's the 1-1. Fastball, strike two. One, two. Fouled back. Reddick was moving.
Some of Chase's pre-pitch routine just scares me sometimes because he times pitchers' deliveries, their habits. He tries to set them up with his body language, but sometimes it's like if I was pitching against him, I would actually come set really quick on key pitches and try and get him out of rhythm. But he's got one hand on the bat, the opposite, and it's up by where the pine tar is, and then he slowly gets in. I'm like, oh, come on.
Sets up so late, doesn't he?
Oh, and especially with 2 strikes and the winning run on third. He's killing me.
He's like he's playing the guitar.
He's done it a long time.
Calm as can be for this 1-2. 2-2, and Reddick takes second.
I love it when he does it when he's ahead in the count 1-0, 2-0, 3-1, because he's almost setting the guy up like I'm going to take.
Yeah.
And then he just ambushes you. But when he's got 2 strikes, I just like, come on, get ready, get ready.
Even though you know he will. Right?
You got to watch it against certain guys like Johnny Cueto or different guys that alter their timing.
Hudson's ready. Now Utley is as well. Foul ball.
And I've always said, I've described his swing as it's so quick, it's like hummingbird wings. It's short and it's quick. It's just like ridiculous how quick he gets the bat through there and how short. And when he hits a home run, his bat almost stops like at impact. It doesn't even look like he has a follow through.
Puig at third and Reddick is second. Tied at 9, 9th inning. Dodgers trying to move a full 6 games ahead of the Giants with San Francisco coming to town tomorrow. The set for the 2-2. He struck him out with a fastball at 97. Dodgers leave men at second and third. Hudson's out of the inning to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 9. quite a bit. This was 6-0 after 4. It was 7-1 after 5 with the D-backs in command. But the Dodgers with a 6-run sixth. Adrian Gonzalez a pinch hit, bases clearing double to tie it. Dodgers then went ahead for the first time in the top of the 8th on a 2-out, 2-run double from Howie Kendrick. But with 2 gone in the bottom of the 8th, Lewis Coleman allowed a 2-run homer to Chris Owings. It tied it at 9, and here we are in the bottom of the 9th. Locked at 9 apiece. Wellington Castillo to lead off this inning against Ross Stripling. Bottom part of the order for Arizona. Castillo's been one of the hottest hitters for the D-backs in the second half. Stripling's first one is a breaking ball. Trying to avoid an ambushing Castillo on a fastball and getting ahead 0-1. And Castillo's last 21 games, he's knocked in 27 runs. That is splitting the catching duties 3 ways. Chris Herman, Wellington Castillo, Tuffy Gosewich, who started today. Here's Stripling's 1-1. 1-2. Stripling strikes him out. A lot of breaking stuff in that AB, and 1 gone in the 9th.
Just a really nice pitch from Ross Stripling. Not the curveball, but the slider he dots the eye with out there on the corner.
Number 29, Kyle Jensen.
Kyle Jensen. Well, those numbers, while they're this season, they're also his major league career. Just recently called up. And a home run to begin this series. 2 homers in his time in the majors, and both long, majestic blasts. Stripling brings him a 1-0, and Jensen takes ball 2. Both of these guys in this matchup were Dodger minor leaguers last year. Jensen spent last year in AAA with the Dodgers. 2-0. Got under it. And it'll get to the seats. 2-1. Making his major league debut this month. Batting with the bases empty and 1 gone in a tie game in the 9th. A 2-1. 2-2. Stripling strikes him out. Those breaking balls are working to get a couple of dangerous hitters in Castillo and Jensen.
Look up 12-6 curveball in the dictionary. You'll see a picture of Ross Stripling, and that pitch right there, that was perfect. Kept it on the plate, which makes the hitter be tempted to swing at it, and then buries it down by the plate.
Not out of the woods yet. Yasmani Tomas. You mentioned Castillo, one of the hottest hitters for the D-backs. This guy is as well. Fastball for strike 1. Tomas, 3rd in the National League since the All-Star break with 16 homers. But he does not have very good plate discipline. See if Stripling exposes it. Instead, back-to-back fastballs. Tomas takes it 1-1. Tomas with a big bouncer into center. Two-out single for Tomas will bring up Gene Segura.
There's one of those ground ball with eyes. A high chopper just splits the middle of the infielders. There's really nothing they can do. It's one of those, as they both went, they're saying, gosh, I could possibly get to this, but even if I get to it, it would have been a tough play at first base.
Stripling against Segura. Strike one. And another good day for Gene Segura.
Outfield playing no doubles, which they did with the last batter also. So Yasiel Puig in center field did a nice job on that single, not assuming he was going to stop at first. He really busted it in from way deep in center field to make sure there was no possible double with 2 out on just a little bleeder.
Stripling can get out of this. Top of the 10th. Dodgers have 8, 9, and 1 due up. It's Barnes and Gonzalez and Kendrick. Stripling ready for a 1-1. Here it comes. Shot to right. On comes Reddick. He'll play it on a bounce. He played it with a bare hand, and you hold your breath for a moment as he does so. Winning run is 90 feet away.
I think he played that barehanded because it took a little kick back to his right. As once again, Segura squaring the ball up. He's been just hot and on fire. But watch this ball as it kicks to Josh Reddick. It kicks to his right. And he was on it. And if that gets by him, it's game over.
And Chris Owings coming to the plate. He's the reason that this game is tied right now against Lewis Coleman last inning. A 2-run homer with the Dodgers in front at that point, 9-7. Now 9-9, and Owings trying to be the hero. Tomas at third with 2 gone. Strike one as Segura takes second. D-backs trying to salvage a series split. Looking for their 5th win out of their last 7. Dodgers trying to extend the lead in the division to 6. San Francisco already a loser today to St. Louis. Stripling downhill with an 0-1. Oh, Barnes stops it. The pressure on him greater than it's been at any point defensively today.
That curveball, and Ross Stripling trusting his mate from AAA who came up here with him. Trust was well deserved.
Tomas does not run well, but there's a lot of room between the plate and the backstop here at Chase Field. A 1-1 pitch. 1-2. Stripling trying to get this game to the 10th. Owings trying to win it in the 9th. Barnes wants it up on 1-2.
A lot safer to throw the high fastball around the neck with a man on third than it is to throw the breaking ball in the dirt. You're trying to find a chase pitch that the risk reward is the right total.
The 1-2 again. Owings just barely gets a piece to stay alive.
And that was the pitch you're looking for, especially after you climb the ladder. You're going up there with a fastball, and this looks like a strike. You're protecting the plate. You're thinking fastball. And Owings Did a good job getting a piece of that because that was a really good pitch by Stripling.
Tomas at third, he's singled. Segura is second, he's singled as well. And a 1-2 pitch gets us to the 10th inning. Ross Stripling tiptoes his way around a pair of 2-out singles. And in a 9-9 game, extra baseball in Phoenix. Bullpen, Zach Godley comes in the 10th inning, his 22nd appearance, and an ERA of 6.75.
One of the best bullpens in baseball, the Dodger bullpen, with still a full quiver down there of pitchers. One of the worst bullpens in baseball here with the Diamondbacks, so you got to feel like it's advantage Dodgers as we go into extra innings.
Austin Barnes to lead it off, then Gonzalez, then to the top of the order, and Howie Kendrick. Barnes has walked twice and singled in his most recent trip up. Came in to score on Kendrick's go-ahead double in the 8th. First pitch from Zach Godley. Fouled off, strike one. Barnes on the ground is Segura for the first out. Zach Godley out of South Carolina. Hit his college ball at Tennessee. And now faces Adrian Gonzalez. Tried to lay off, but couldn't. Strike one. Godley originally drafted by the Cubs. He came to the D-backs in the Miguel Montero deal a couple of years back. Is 0-1. Breaking ball disappeared on Gonzalez. 0-2. Godley strikes him out on 3 breaking balls.
It's a good pitch coming down and in, kind of back-footing that breaking ball on Adrian Gonzalez. When you go into extra innings as an offense, you battle yourself and make sure, okay, try not to force yourself to think I can finish it with one swing. Then you have a tendency to get just really big, long swings rather than say, let me just do my job, get on base, and see if we can produce that run that they need.
10 years ago in extra innings with a man on first, down by a run, 3-1 count to you. Rudy Cianez on the mound. Were you thinking dinger?
Keeping it alive.
You were just trying to move the line along.
Keep it going.
But as soon as you hit the ball, you raised your fist, so you knew it was gone.
Well, that I did, yes.
Felt pretty good.
Doesn't mean a home run's not a good idea.
Well, the other night we were having a glass of wine. He said he could still feel it, the feeling of hitting it over the wall.
Say that Kendrick offered, so an 0-2. Bounces in, ball one.
Stays with you.
Yeah.
That it does.
'19th meeting between the teams, and only the second time they've played extras. D-backs won the other one. So on July 16th, 2-1, the final in that game.
There are times over the course of an at-bat where you think, okay, how many chances am I going to give myself in the way the game is telling me to say, okay, I'm going to swing to really drive it and see if I can get that pitch knocked out of the ballpark. And then after I get maybe a couple of chances, then maybe now it's back to just let's get a base hit.
And how about that? Base hit into center for Kendrick, his third of the day.
I think Dodgers pull this one out. I always got a chance to be player of the game. I know Mike Levy, our producer, gets a little upset with me when I get out in front of that call, especially on the air. But
you're going to have Ross Stripling hit for himself here.
They had Yasmani Grandal on deck. You would think if Kendrick had gotten into scoring position, it would have been Grandal, but he'll wait to burn that chip, finding it more valuable to have Stripling available to pitch the bottom of this inning. Does have 2 hits in his debut season in the majors. Two and 0. If Stripling could somehow reach, Corey Seager's on deck. Godley's 2-0. There's a strike. Two and 2 on Stripling. Diamondbacks have Goldschmidt, Lamb, and Drury due up in the bottom of the 10th. All tied at 9. A weird game in the final day of this road trip. Stripling bounces it to third, and Lamb throws him out. So to the bottom of the 10th we go, and Ross Stripling will be back out there to try and get it to the 11th against the heart of the D-backs lineup. to the 11th. Goldschmidt, Lamb, and Drury do up against Ross Stripling. It has been a wacky game. Diamondbacks twice led by 6. At 6-0 and at 7-1. Dodgers tied it at 7, then took a 9-7 lead for a short time in the 8th inning. But a Chris Owings homer in the bottom of the 8th sent it to extras. And here we are now in the bottom of the 10th. Ross Stripling for his 2nd inning of work.
They've been protecting these kids of all these young starters from their workload. Ross Stripling, remember his first outing of the year, the no-hitter where Dave Roberts pulled him to protect him, and here he is still at the end of the season, healthy and effective and contributing. They've done a nice job contributing to the Dodgers winning season, but also the front office and Dave Roberts and Rick Honeycutt have done a nice job monitoring their work and keeping them still available right here and with no pain.
Paul Goldschmidt, who has homered against the Dodgers 24 times in his career. That's more than any player since he debuted in the majors. Stripling brings home the first one, and Goldschmidt goes after it, whispering the ceiling up there as Reddick comes over to catch it. I think it was not far off from hitting one of the beams on the roof. So one pitch to get Goldschmidt. You take a deep sigh of relief as Jake Lamb comes out. You look at this as the Diamondbacks' chance, or the heart of their lineup. Dodgers will have the heart of theirs if this goes 11. Ball on Lamb. Seager, Puig, and Ethier would be the Dodger hitters in the 11th. Lamb is 0 for 4. 1 for 13 this series. Right into the shift. Kendrick throws him out.
Take your second baseman, move him to third because you need him there. Now move your third baseman back over to second on the shift. He knows where to play it all.
Third time this year he's played 3 positions in one game. Nomar, I told you earlier, started in left, moved to second, then to third. Brandon Drury having a career day right now. He's a triple short of the cycle. He's reached all 5 times. And he takes a strike from Stripling. And 0-1. Breaking ball. Did he offer? No. We mentioned the one extra innings game between these teams this season. Drury was the hero with a base hit against Casey Fiend on July 16th to win a 2-1 game. Jake Lamb, who scored the game-winning run, had tied that game to get it into extras against Kenley Jansen 1 inning earlier. Here's a 1-1. Low to Drury, 2-1. Which Haniger do next. Drury flies it to right. Josh Reddick cruises under it. 1-2-3 for Ross Stripling against the heart of the Diamondbacks order. Heart of the D-backs order couldn't get it done. Enter the heart of the Dodgers order in the top of the 11th. The Diamondbacks order to get this game to the 11th, and now Zach Godley will have to do the same against the Dodgers. It's Corey Seager, Yasiel Puig, and Andre Ethier. Sounds like a run. Seager's 0 for 4 today. Hit it hard his last time, lined out to short. Godley's first pitch. Strike one. Now he drops in a breaking ball and gets ahead of Seager 0-2.
Corey's hitting .343 off of righties this year. That's the 4th best in the big leagues.
Godley makes quick work of it.
Just coming again with that breaking ball. The same breaking ball he got Adrian Gonzalez to swing over for strike 3. He's got some good bite to it.
Puig is 0 for 4. Walked his last time. Waits on the first one from Godley. And lays off, ball 1. That tails in for a strike, and it's 1-1. Hey, congratulations to the Rams on their first win. 9-3 over the Seahawks today.
Less points than that in this game. That's not normal.
I'm guessing that would be 4 field goals.
I would think so.
Yeah. There wasn't a missed extra point in there.
Yeah.
Godley with a 2-1. Puig digs it off the plate, 2-2.
That was against the Seattle Seahawks. Russell Wilson sprained his ankle last week. It still played this week. Must have been hampering him a little bit. They only get 3 points. The Rams have an amazing defense.
2-2. Breaking ball inside, 3-2. Guy who looks like he could play defense in the NFL. Waits on a 3-2 pitch from Zach Godley. Here comes Puig, corks a liner that's snared by Lamb at third, and he throws him out. Now for one bounce, Jake Lamb takes a hit away from Puig, 2 away.
Yasiel works the count to 3-2 and then gets the breaking ball and hits an absolute rocket. And there's nothing you can do but tip your hat over there as well. The fact that Lamb was able to snag that. It was only hit at 111 miles per hour.
Ball 1 on Ethier. For context, Peterson's home run last year, the longest of the year for the Dodgers, was 110.
That was hit harder.
Yeah. Here's a 1-0, and Ethier takes outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Josh Reddick due next.
And I'm sure if you talk to Lamb after the game and you ask, are you glad you caught that in the web? Because
all right.
if you got that in the palm, you might have had to call the trainer.
Hitters count 2-0. 2-1.
This should be a good time for Andre to possibly get one out of here with timing and coming back, and just a boost for the team himself. And
over the years, you get to know players and you get to really like players, and then you root for players, and this is the time.
2-2.
You think of everything that Andre has meant to this organization, and then to suffer really terrible injury in spring training and coming into a year where he really was expecting to contribute in a big way. Battled his way back to get here and to be active so he could participate and be part of this team. You're right, Nomar. I'm pulling for him to do something special.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Godley back home. And Ethier strikes out on a breaking ball. Zach Godley sprints his way off of the diamond after 2 scoreless innings of relief to the bottom of the 11th. Ross Stripling goes out there for his 3rd relief inning. Now Dave Roberts had him bat for himself with a runner at first and 2 gone in the 10th inning. And you are seeing why. He had a chance to go a couple more innings at least. And he pitches onto the 11th facing Haniger, Castillo, and Jensen at 6, 7, and 8. It's Jose De Leon, who hours ago started this game, more than 4 hours ago. He's a starting pitcher and went just 3 2/3. Dave Roberts has unloaded that bullpen, as has Chip Hale, to get the game to this point. Good day for Haniger. The rookie's 3 for 4. Stripling's first one. Slider for strike 1. He's had both breaking pitches working in this outing. One and 1. The 9th Dodger pitcher. Chavez and Howell and Norris all less than an inning. Raven and Fields both 1 full inning. Coleman and Liberatore less than an inning. Popped up, shallow center. Puig's out there. Playing center because Peterson was ejected a few innings ago. So with all the changes that have gone down for the Dodgers defensively and the lineup with several pinch hitters to help come from behind from down 7-1, the only player left on the bench for Dave Roberts is Yasmani Grandal. And that is another reason why Ross Stripling hit for himself 2 innings ago. Didn't want to burn his final pinch hitter. Castillo swings and misses, strike 1. 1 AB today for Castillo. He struck out looking against Stripling. 1 and 1. I mentioned Zach Godley, the guy that's pitched the last 2 innings of relief for Arizona.
being traded here for Miguel Montero. It was actually that deal that led to Wellington Castillo, who's at the plate right now, getting shipped out of Chicago. Lost his starting spot to Montero, and so the Cubs dealt Castillo to Seattle and eventually wound up here in Arizona. 3-1. On 3-1, Castillo takes ball 4. Stripling with his palms up, saying, "Where was that?"
Let's take a look right here. Boy, it doesn't look like it's a ball. Right down the middle.
Peter O'Brien will hit now, but Rick Honeycutt will come out to give Ross Stripling the book on O'Brien.
Rick Honeycutt first, probably letting Ross Stripling vent, and then probably some cues on let's turn the page. Contrary what's in front of us right now. Chase Utley stays there after Rick leaves. He's really good at staying in the present tense. Put a little word of advice.
So O'Brien, former Miami Hurricane. Here comes Stripling. O'Brien off the end of the bat, foul, strike 1. 9 hits this year for Peter O'Brien. 5 of them have left the yard. Spent most of the season in AAA Reno, where he hit 24 home runs. Hit 26 a season ago down there. The 0-1 spins away, evens the count. One and two. Tied him up with a tailing fastball.
Think about the first 3 pitches they've thrown him. They went breaking ball, then fastball. I'm sure the scouting report, don't let him extend his arms. And if you do, it's going to be off speed and low and away.
That's where Barnes sets. That's where Stripling goes, and O'Brien dribbles it to the left side. Kendrick cuts it off, and they get the out at second. And he flashes a smile at Corey Seager. Nearly a disaster, but they get the lead runner for out number 2.
Right fielder, Yasmani Tomas.
That's before the play. You're just trying to take a peek to see where everybody's playing, to have an idea when that ball's hit. A lot of times for a third baseman, the instinct, and you as a shortstop, you let your third baseman know, hey, whatever you can get, go ahead. And even clues, if you have to cut me off, go ahead. But at the same time, you as a third baseman have to know, like, is that one where he's already set up for a play and I just have to let it go? So that was one in between. Even your no man's land in the outfield, you can have that in the infield too.
Now Yasmani Tomas laid on a fastball, strike 1. Well, can't be easy. Slid over there to third base. See, what was it, back in the 8th inning? The ball immediately found him in a tie game. With a runner at third and 2 outs, Kendrick made a great play, stabbing a ball to his left to finish an inning. That was with Mitch Haniger at the plate in the 8th. And the D-backs had the bases loaded They had just tied it off Owings' home run and were primed to take the lead had Kendrick not slapped the leather to it. Here's an 0-1. That's low and away to Tomas. Starting to live up to that deal. Yasmani Tomas is. Defected from Cuba in 2014 and signed a 6-year, $68.5 million deal, which is the highest total in Diamondbacks history. Breaking ball gets Stripling ahead 1-2. Struggled in his first year in the majors, Tomas did, and broke down towards the end of the first half this year. The numbers were not good, but changed up some of his routine. Yeah, it has been much better the last month.
I still think this offseason he's got to work on his defense.
Still doesn't really have a position. You know, they put him in the corner outfield spots, but he gets exposed out there frequently.
The outfield, a mistake usually is 2 or 3 bases and maybe cost you a run. An infield mistake sometimes it's just an out, but they both hurt. But boy, you think about right field and not being a above average right fielder. He's not even average.
And he swings through an elevated fastball. Ross Stripling with 3 shutout innings. Still tied at 9 as we go to the 12th. Before we had a decision, when you go back to that 6th inning and the Dodgers had the 6th spot capped off by Adrian Gonzalez's bases clearing pinch hit 2-out double. That tied it at 7. At the top of the 8th, they go ahead for the first time when Howie Kendrick hit an opposite field 2-run double. That made it 9-7. But then the D-backs would tie it on an Owings home run against Lewis Coleman, who knew it as soon as bat hit ball. 9-9 the score. That got it to extras, and that's where we stand now as Matt Cook comes in for only his 3rd major league appearance. And he'll face Reddick, Utley, and Barnes.
The nerves are out of balance right here. I'd say the Dodgers are not nervous, but a guy on the mound definitely is, and see if the veterans can capitalize. Reddick and Utley to lead it off.
Cook, originally from Storm Lake, Iowa. This is low, ball 1. Reddick has reached both times since replacing Kike Hernandez. A walk and a single. A 1-0. High drive to center field, sending Haniger a few steps back and then forward for the first out. How you guys score sheets doing?
I have moved into the at-bat column on my score sheet.
Nomar?
I got about 2 more columns.
All right. Here's Utley.
Doesn't mean I need to fill them up.
No.
I just don't want to get to the point where we hear Joe's line.
We got a few innings before we get weird, buddy.
That was the 16th, that game?
I think so, yeah. Fortunately, getting weird meant getting beat that day.
Yeah.
Here's Utley. This is a 16-inning game in St. Louis in late July.
We were getting a little punchy.
It got there. It was getting late at night. It was really humid. Here we have no excuses to get punchy because we're in the AC and this game started at 1.
I can come up with some excuses.
I figured you could probably find a way. 2-0 on Chase. End of a long road trip.
Yeah, the guys, the Dodgers thought, let's get business taken care of. Let's get home, have a nice dinner at home, and relax before you see the Giants tomorrow. The one relaxing thing about the Giants series, though, is what the Dodgers lead will be when the game starts tomorrow. And a lot of that you can attribute to Dave Roberts and the Dodgers playing well, but some of it you can attribute to that San Francisco bullpen. They have blown 4 ninth-inning leads just this month.
Utley with a 3-0 green light, cracks his bat on a pop up the center that Haniger runs under.
Catcher, Austin Barnes.
4 losses when leading this month for the Giants in the 9th inning. In total this year, 28 blown saves. It's the most in baseball. And you pair that with an offense that in the second half has not been good. That's how you go from being the best team in baseball to the worst record-wise from the first half to the second. Austin Barnes with a Baltimore chop to third. Jake Lamb transfers quickly to get Barnes. Cook with a quick 12th inning. 1-2-3 go the Dodgers, and we go to the bottom half. Innings, and he's out there for the bottom of the 12th. Top of the Diamondbacks order coming up, and a 9-9 wacky one.
Ross has done a really solid job. I mean, that's easy to say with the zeros up there, but it's not been any mistake that he has pitched so well. He's hitting his spots. He's got both breaking balls working. When he was under some pressure, he made some key pitches to keep this game going.
Gene Segura, 3 hits today, 7 hits in the 4-game series. Ross Stripling ready to go, and Segura lines one in the air to center. Puig goes back on it at the track, and he makes an over-the-shoulder casual catch for out number 1.
Right before that pitch, the whole outfield was playing no doubles. You can kind of see Puig out there in center field, how deep he was. And I think because they were playing no doubles, it allowed Puig to get under that ball and catch it easy.
Puig started this game in right. Center now with Peterson's ejection, what seems like an eternity ago. Chris Owings taking strike 1. It's Owings' fault that this game is still going. If you're looking for a scapegoat. 2-run homer against Lewis Coleman back in the 8th. 2 gone in that inning to tie it at 9. Owings on the ground at Chase Utley. 2 up, 2 down. What a valuable performance from Ross Stripling. You can just get one more out, get this thing to the 13th. Easier said than done, though. Paul Goldschmidt, the batter. Goldschmidt is 0 for 5 today, and he's 1 for 17 in this series. If I acknowledge that that feels like a jinx, is it no longer a jinx?
Just the facts, sir. Just the facts.
Yeah. Luis Avilan has started to warm in the Dodger bullpen. A left-handed hitter due next. Scalded to center, base hit. Puig was playing deep. Goldschmidt racing out of the box, on his way to second safely.
It's amazing. You play no doubles. Keep that ball in front of you. And you're so deep. The way he just hustling. He has so much speed.
Yasiel is busting it over there too. And he makes a great turn at first. Look at how sharp that turn is. He broke down his stride a little bit so he didn't gain any extra territory he had to cover. Just chopped the step slightly to make that tight turn.
So Jake Lamb now. And it will not be the left-hander Avilan. Dave Roberts keeps Ross Stripling in there. 57 pitches in. And they will put Lamb on intentionally. What Drury do next?
If you can get a little bit more length out of Ross Stripling, like through this inning, let Avilan start a fresh inning as you move forward. Dave Roberts' choice. Ross Stripling done an outstanding job going this far for him, protecting the bullpen, but now to the point where strategy will keep him out there, and success will probably let him take a rest after this inning's over.
So Lamb put on intentionally, first and second with 2 gone. Tied at 9 in the 12th. Well, when you get 18 runs combined in regulation, you don't figure that it will take this long to decide it. But nothing on the board in extras thus far.
Most extra inning games end in 1 inning. A run gets snuck up there somehow in the 10th. But this one is continued on, and the Dodgers liked it to go a lot further.
Or at least a little bit further. At least one more inning.
All right.
Here's Drury. They finally retired him his last time. He flied to right. Needs a triple for the cycle. I guess impossible for him to get it here. Base hit would win it. Barnes a good stop. And he has had so many of those in his 12 full innings behind the plate today.
You get a spot start today, Austin, and oh, okay, it's going to go 12, and you got them all.
Well rested. It's been a couple weeks since he's played. Drury was the hero in the first extra innings game between the teams this year. 1-1. Stripling snaps off his slider. Stripling has officially gone longer than the Dodgers starter did today. Jose De Leon 3 2/3. Ross Stripling now 4 full. On 1-1. Drury hits it into left, a base hit. Here comes Goldschmidt. Here's Ethiers throwing. The Diamondbacks win it in 12.
You're posting hell in the Dodger column, but there's a lot of guys that can feel really good about this game. Ross Stripling had a nice effort. I know he gets the L next to his name, but the young man showed himself proud.
Well, let's not forget where the Dodgers were in this game. They were down 7-1. They find a way to battle back. They even took the lead. You got to give Arizona credit for battling back as well to tie the game and pull this game off. You know, a team that isn't going to be making the postseason find themselves at the bottom of the division, but you still had some fight today.
And so Brandon Drury, the second extra innings game between the teams this year, is the hero for the second time. His 4th hit of the day, a game winner to left, our Lexus play of the game. That does it from Phoenix, and that does it for this road trip. For Oral and Omar and Alana and the rest of our crew, Joe Davis sending you to Access Sportsnet Dodgers, brought to you by your Southern California Nissan dealers.